The broadcast of the special meeting of the Planning Commission will now begin.
Thank you very much. My name is Sam Rockwell, the Service President of the City Planning Commission. I will call to order the November 9th, 2020 Planning Commission hearing. Clerk, please call the roll.
Caprini.
Present.
Esmiley.
Here.
Lipke-Peer.
Here.
Marwa.
Here.
Meyer.
Here.
Olson.
Here.
Schrader.
Here.
Sweezy.
Here.
And Rockwell. So we have 9 commissioners.
Very good. We have quorum. Thank you very much. Our next item of business is to adopt the agenda for today's hearing. Both items 3 and 4 will be discussion items today. And so, commissioners, could I have a motion to adopt the agenda as published? Commissioner Smiley.
I move to adopt the agenda as published.
And do I have a second? Commissioner Lipke-Peer.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Clerk, please call the roll.
Oh, sorry. Caprini.
Yes.
Esmiley.
Aye.
Lipke-Peer.
Aye.
Marwa.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Schrader.
Aye.
Sweezy.
Aye.
8-0.
Very good. That motion carries. Our agenda is adopted. We have 2 items on the hearing agenda today, which feels like it should be short, but I don't think it will be. So the way we'll proceed today is we'll start with item number 3, with a staff presentation on item number 3 to set the ground there, and then we'll open the public hearing on item number 3, which is the built form overlay district. We will then move on to item number 4, related to the Mississippi River Corridor Critical Area Plan. I do want to say, because I know that there are a lot of folks who have testimony today, if you do have testimony that applies to both of the agenda items, you certainly are welcome to provide that testimony on item number 3 in just one go. And that would be great, so that you don't have to hop up and testify twice. We will be taking notes, and staff is ready for that testimony. So without further ado, we will start our public hearing with the zoning code text amendment, overlay district, and related amendments. Staff are Janelle, Joe, and Jason. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, commissioners. We're happy to be presenting the draft built form regulations to you today in this special meeting, and then the first of 2 public hearings tonight. Thank you for taking even extra time out of your busy schedules. We know there are other important and consequential things going on in our city and in the world and our country right now. So extra thank you for accommodating this special meeting. I'm Jason Wittenberg, the manager of code development in CPED. I'm joined by Joe Bernard, a planning project manager in CPED, and Janelle Widmeyer, principal planner in CPED. Also, although not scheduled to present, I think we are joined by Paul Mogish, the manager of long range planning. Paul will be here for questions, and I'll just note that Paul's team has been particularly instrumental in the mapping part of this rezoning study, as well as creating the website and other outreach tools that we've used. Just to outline the presentation that we're going to go through this evening, we're going to structure the presentation somewhat similar to the way we presented these materials in the virtual public meetings that were held. We're going to do a brief recap of Minneapolis 2040. We'll talk about the regulatory implementation kind of in a broad general sense, and then we'll talk about the process we've gone through in developing built form regulations. And we'll provide an overview of the major topics that we're covering in these draft regulations. I'll just note that we have received a good deal of correspondence in the recent days, particularly since last Friday. We believe that the commission has all of the messages that we have received up to 2:30 today. Those messages continue to come to us and will be made part of the public record, but we were not able to sort of gather those comments and distribute them if we receive them after 2:30 today. I will say that related to that, there has been a bit of an organized effort to provide comments that call for more flexibility with several of our recommendations that you'll hear about this evening. And I assume that will be a significant part of the testimony that you will hear tonight. On the other hand, we have also received a good deal of communication from people who have concerns about the potential for more flexibility in our draft regulations. With that, next slide, please, and I will hand it over to Joe Bernard.
Thank you, Jason. Good afternoon, commissioners. Again, my name is Joe Bernard. I'm a planning project manager with CPED, and as Jason had mentioned, before we dive into the built form content itself in the zoning code that we've been working on, we want to make sure that everyone is grounded in a common understanding of why these changes are happening. These zoning code changes are rooted in the policies found in Minneapolis 2040, the city's comprehensive plan, which was adopted by the City Council in 2019 and has been in effect since January of this year. It contains policies and actions that the city will take to support 6 values seen here on this slide and 13 adopted goals. Completing a comprehensive plan is a requirement of state law, and the process is undertaken every 10 years. The planning process for Minneapolis 2040 took upwards of 4 years, including over 150 public meetings and 20,000 points of contact with stakeholders. Next slide, please. Among the goals adopted in the plan are that by 2040, the city will eliminate disparities, increase access to housing and jobs, increase affordable housing, support complete communities, and address climate change. The main driving force behind the built form work is to create predictable outcomes in the development process that result in these goals being achieved. Next slide, please. Chief among the policy directions in Minneapolis 2040 is the guidance that governs development of property. This is shown through a series of policy statements and through 2 maps that show, 1, the uses that should be allowed on a given property. So commercial, residential, etc. We call that land use. And second, the size of buildings that are allowed on given property, height, bulk, etc. This is what we're dealing with today, and we call that built form. Next slide, please. Implementing the built form elements of Minneapolis 2040 is the current focus of this work, and these regulations include the height and scale of buildings allowed in each built form district found on that map in Minneapolis 2040. Our process today does not include re-examining or changing the Minneapolis 2040 maps or making policy changes to Minneapolis 2040 itself. The zoning code amendment also does not include changes to where commercial uses are allowed or required. That work is yet to come, and we expect to bring that forward in 2021 or 2022. Next slide, please. These changes to our zoning ordinance are intended to bring consistency between our zoning regulations and the policies and maps found in Minneapolis 2040. Consistency between plans and zoning is something that is required of us by state law. Next slide. We started working on this process last year, and 2 zoning code changes have already taken effect on January 1st. One was a change that allowed up to 3 residential units on every property in the city that allows residential uses. So there's no longer zoning districts in the city that are exclusively single family. The second change is an inclusionary zoning regulation, and what that means is that new buildings, residential buildings, are required to ensure that a percentage of their units are affordable. Next slide, please. These standards are critical components of implementing key goals of the city's comprehensive plan, including eliminating racial disparities, combating greenhouse gas emissions, and increasing access to housing and jobs. Minneapolis 2040 is much more detailed than previous citywide plans, clearly spelling out the land use and built form categories for every property in the city. Part of the reason for that is to create more predictable outcomes for all interested parties during the development process. In the past, there wasn't always very clear policy guidance regarding things like how tall buildings should be in different parts of the city. Also, it's been fairly common for developers to submit a request for variances to allow flexibility from certain standards like setbacks and allowed floor area. Our intent is that these new regulations will be applied more rigidly with far fewer variances requested or granted. Having covered that background, I will now hand things off back to Jason Wittenberg, Manager of Code Development, and Janelle Widmeyer, Principal City Planner, to give an overview of the changes that we are proposing to the zoning ordinance.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Just want to cover a little bit of the process that we've gone through for developing built form recommendations. The City Council action around Minneapolis 2040 also created an implementation steering committee that is made up of Councilmember Schrader, Councilmember Gordon, and Councilmember Reich. And also participating in that committee have been other department heads, as well as other members of other city departments that have met monthly to review draft regulations and provide feedback. We conducted a postcard citywide mailing to all residents as well as all taxpayers. We created an interactive website. There have been media releases. We've had a public review period that started out as a 45-day public review period, but was extended to today. We've had 3 virtual public meetings. 2 of those have been applicable to sort of citywide interests. A third was focused on regulations that are more specific to downtown. As you commissioners know, we've attended City Planning Commission Committee of the Whole meetings. I believe we've been to 5 of your meetings to discuss draft regulations. Of course, this process has been subject to public hearing notices that have gone out to all neighborhood groups, as well as other institutions and stakeholders such as the Department of Natural Resources, the National Park Service, the Park Board, and others. We have taken in a lot of public comments and stakeholder feedback through the website, through a direct email communication and other means. Again, those were placed in your folders up through the materials that we received at 2:30 today. When we were engaging the public on built form regulations, we try to be very clear, as Joe alluded to earlier, that this is not about revisiting Minneapolis 2040 and rehashing the policies. Those policies are set. We try to be very clear that this is about the technical implementation, and we try to direct people's feedback to things that would really help us with that technical implementation and more effectively ensure that we're meeting those goals that are stated in Minneapolis 2040. Next slide, please. So the first topic that we're going to start with is floor area ratio, FAR. It's a big topic. It's one that we've received a lot of feedback about, and that I'm sure you'll hear some testimony about today. So FAR governs the overall size of a building allowed on a property. It's a calculation that's based on the size of the lot. So to arrive at allowed FAR, you take the size of the lot and multiply it by the FAR number. So if you have a property with an FAR of 1, you simply multiply the size of the lot by 1. So on a 5,000 square foot lot, on an FAR of 1, you would be allowed 5,000 square feet of building area. And so for illustrative purposes, there are 3 examples here that show how an FAR of 1 could be arranged on a property. Of course, an architect has to understand how other rules interact with FAR. So the example on the right, which shows a 4-story building covering a quarter of the lot, could not be accomplished in a district that allows only 3 stories, for example. Looking at the table on the right-hand side of the slide, these are the base FAR numbers that are proposed in each built form district. So in this table, you'll see that each built form district would have separate regulations based on whether they're paired with residential office residence zoning in one category, or all other districts, commercial, industrial, or downtown districts. The reason for those distinctions largely boils down to the fact that residential and OR zoning, office residence zoning, those have setbacks and maximum lot coverage and impervious surface standards that sort of push buildings farther away from property lines, and therefore you're generally going to be able to achieve less FAR in those districts that have those types of standards. So proposed FAR would be slightly higher in where commercial zoning exists under those built form overlay districts. So if you look at the row for corridor 4, the FAR for residence and office residence districts would be 2, and for all other districts it would be 2.4. As you go farther down the table, you see that FAR increases a bit as you get to higher intensity built form districts. We're trying to closely match the allowed FAR with the height allowed in each built form district. And we've done a lot of data collection for buildings that have been approved and built at different heights in order to help inform those rules. As Joe referenced, historically, a significant percentage of development projects have requested variances to increase allowed FAR, and we hope to substantially reduce those types of variance requests while still ensuring that we're only allowing buildings that are appropriate to the scale that's called for in each built form district. Currently, a few incentives are authorized to increase FAR above the maximum allowed in each district, and FAR premiums are also included in our recommendations as part of the zoning code amendment, and Janelle will cover those in a little bit. I'll note that we have received an awful lot of feedback about FAR in the neighborhood interiors, Interior 1, Interior 2, and Interior 3. And it's important to note that one thing that has been informing our work is that when the City Council adopted Minneapolis 2040, they also adopted a staff direction that helped inform the staff work on this. And I'll just read that to be clear about that. It said, directing staff to develop and retain regulations for the Interior 1, 2, and 3 built form districts affecting building height, setbacks, and lot coverage that closely match existing requirements for single-family homes and lower intensity zoning districts and supports energy efficiency. So our regulations for residential uses in those 3 districts are, again, informed by that direction from the City Council. One last thing I'll note about FAR is that our draft regulations propose to include enclosed parking in the calculation of maximum floor area. Historically, enclosed parking has simply been exempt. Underground parking, just like other sort of underground spaces, would continue to be exempt, but enclosed, structured above ground parking would now be included in that calculation of maximum floor area ratio. Next slide, please. With that, I will turn it over to Janelle Widmeyer.
Thank you and good evening. Our next topic is related to building height. Height regulations govern the overall height of buildings and structures. In the built form overlay districts, the focus of the height regulations is on principal buildings. There is specific guidance in the comprehensive plan for height maximums and height minimums in stories. The maximums are what can be built as of right. And other than the Core 50 district, which is the downtown central business district, each district has a maximum height in stories and feet in the recommended ordinance because the height of a story can vary from building to building. There are some exceptions to this table for minimum height. Some of those exceptions are more restrictive, while others are less restrictive. The more restrictive, for example, would be in the shoreline overlay districts. Minimum height requirements are applied where higher intensity buildings are needed to accomplish comprehensive plan goals, and they do not apply in all districts. These regulations work together with the floor area ratio regulations to help achieve goals of the comprehensive plan. Next slide, please. Next topic is height increases. Requests can be made to increase the maximum height limit. In general, height increases are expected to be more difficult to obtain than they are now. The height increase requirements would depend on location and the type of use. Where the requirements for height increase requests will change the most from the current ordinance will be in the corridor, transit, park, and production built form districts. These are the districts in color on the map. In the comprehensive plan, each district has a description that guides the built form of the development that may occur in that district. And specific to the corridor, transit, park, and production districts, the guidance states that requests to exceed the maximum height will be evaluated on the basis of whether or not a taller building is a reasonable means for further achieving comprehensive plan goals. So to address this direction from the comprehensive plan, height increases will be subject to 3 requirements. The first is that compliance with the maximum allowed height increase is in each district. This means that there will be a cap or limit on height increases. The cap is intended to help with predictability and maintaining the intent of each district. The maximum allowed increases for the corridor and transit districts align with the maximum height of the next built form district. So for example, the maximum allowed height in corridor 3 is 3 stories or 42 feet. The maximum height increase in corridor 3 that could be requested is for 1 additional story or 14 feet for a total not to exceed 4 stories, 56 feet. That's the maximum allowed height in corridor 4. Parks and production districts will also have a cap for height increases. If a height increase request exceeds what is allowed for any district, a rezoning and a comprehensive plan amendment will be required. Both of these applications require a public hearing with the Planning Commission and the City Council. The second requirement is that legal findings must be addressed. Legal findings are currently required, but they are proposed to be amended to be better tailored to height increase requests. These findings will still allow discretion to be applied with evaluation of the request. The third requirement is that a minimum number of premiums be required, and this leads to our next topic, which is incentives. Next slide, please. So as part of allowing increases to maximum floor area ratio and height, incentives have been drafted. These incentives are referred to as premiums and include requirements for incorporating features into a development project to ensure it goes even further policy goals. Each request for a FAR or height increase would need to provide 1 or more premiums depending on the size of the increase. In addition to being tied to 1 or more goals of the comprehensive plan, each premium exceeds minimum ordinance requirements. The height increase premiums in particular have been drafted to be above and beyond what we typically see in developments. Each premium is also intended to benefit the surrounding community in some way, but they are not intended to be discretionary. So each premium has specific standards that must be met to qualify for the premium. And these standards are also drafted to ensure that they are practical to achieve, but as long as they result in a community benefit. Next slide, please. So looking more closely at the FAR premiums, they have been drafted in a way that acknowledges differences between the development that can occur in the highest intensity districts versus other areas of the city. There's also been some consideration given to surrounding context and where the most intense growth should occur. There's not a limit to the number of premiums the development could qualify for in the Transit 30 or Core 50 districts, whereas the other districts would be subject to a limit. A couple of the premiums and their standards are the same, such as affordable housing and environmental sustainability, climate resilience, but overall there are more incentives for FAR bonuses in Transit 30 and Core 50. Next slide, please. There are similar types of incentives for the floor area ratio and height increase premiums, but similarly titled premiums don't always have all the same requirements when it comes to FAR versus height premiums. The height increase premiums are generally intended to be a little more difficult to achieve than FAR premiums, so additional standards or a higher threshold can apply to the height increase premiums. So if development qualifies for FAR premium, it might not necessarily qualify for the height increase premium. An example of that would be the mixed use commercial and residential premium. For the height increase, more commercial floor area would need to be provided than is required for the FAR premium. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Janelle. So the next topic that we'll cover is lot dimensions. Lot dimensions govern both the minimum and maximum size of lots, as well as the minimum width of lots. Lot sizes are intended to, regulations around lot sizes are intended to primarily meet two objectives. First, recognize the practical space needs for different types of uses and accommodate their functional requirements. Second is to reinforce existing or desired development or built form patterns in various built form districts. Proposed standards make more use of maximum lot sizes than we have seen historically. So such standards limit how many properties can be combined together into a single parcel for redevelopment. And the intent there is to limit the scale of new development. Next slide, please. And here you can see a table summarizing our proposed minimum and maximum lot size standards. For 1 to 3 unit buildings, you can see that those standards would remain largely the same as they are right now in the R1, R2, and other lower intensity districts. Again, those recommendations are following what our understanding is of the intent of the direction from City Council on 1 to 3 unit development. Minimum lot sizes, you can see in sort of that middle column, most where they exist are at 5,000 square feet. There is language in the Interior 2 district that says that multifamily residential uses with 4 or more units are allowed on larger lots. We have interpreted that language to mean lots that would be 7,500 square feet or more. And then in the second to the right column, you see the maximum lot size standards that would apply up through corridor 6. And to be clear, in commercial districts, most uses do not trigger a minimum lot size or lot width requirement. Next slide, please. This is simply showing an example of a corridor 4 district. You can see that corridor 4 on this section of Lowry Avenue extends about 4 or 5 lots roughly off of the corridor. And if you were to assemble those into one parcel, those would generally be in the range of 20 to 24,000 square feet, sometimes a little less, sometimes a little more. So because this type of situation exists frequently along some of our corridors, we've proposed a maximum lot size in corridor 4 of 28,000 square feet. Next slide, please. This just demonstrates an example of the effect of maximum lot sizes. This is an existing development on Grand Avenue South. It has a lot size of a little over 15,000 square feet. This lot size would be allowed in Interior 3, so it would allow this scale of development, but it would be too large of a lot to assemble for a redevelopment in the Interior 2 district. Next slide, please. And I'll hand it back to Janelle.
Thank you, Jason. So the next topic is setbacks or yards. Setback regulations or yard requirements indicate how far from a property line a building or other improvement is allowed to be built. Setbacks are utilized to separate uses and structures and are another part of regulating urban form. All built form overlay districts will contain setback regulations. Larger setback requirements apply in the residential areas versus non-residential or mixed use areas, which at times do not have a setback requirement. Not all yard requirements are proposed to change from what is currently required. In most non-residential and mixed-use areas, the setback requirements are not proposed to change significantly from what is currently required. In residential interior areas, the setback requirements for single, 2, and 3 family dwellings are also not proposed to change significantly from what is currently required. So for example, the front, interior, side, and rear setback requirements for a single family dwelling on a pretty typical lot that's 5,000 square feet in area and 40 feet wide wouldn't change. Those would all be the same requirements. In residential areas for other uses besides dwellings with 1 to 3 units, some requirements will remain the same, but some changes are proposed or being recommended to the current yard regulations to ensure they are consistent with the Minneapolis 2040 guidance for the built form districts. The changes that are proposed for residential areas are generally less restrictive than what is currently required. The recommendation takes a somewhat different approach to interior side yard requirements. These are the requirements shown on your screen. Unlike current requirements, the proposed setbacks are based on building height in feet instead of stories. Determining setbacks based on height in feet is a more consistent way to apply a setback requirement, since the height of a story or stories can vary from building to building. The building height ranges used to determine the setback requirements are based on average floor heights for residential projects. It doesn't include mixed use or non-residential projects. So I'll use a 3-story building as an example to compare the current requirements to the proposed requirements. The average height of a 3-story residential building is just below 42 feet. Under the proposed side yard requirements, the minimum setback requirement for an average 3-story building would be 5 feet. Under the current ordinance, the minimum setback requirement would be 9 feet. So therefore, an average 3-story building will have a less restrictive side yard requirement. However, if a taller than average 3-story building is proposed, the minimum side yard requirement will likely be greater. One thing to note with this table is that the largest possible interior side yard requirement that's being recommended is 20 feet. Also, not shown in the table, but part of the provisions included in the recommended ordinance is that the minimum setback requirement would be required to be increased a bit for buildings that exceed 75% of the length of the zoning lot. And again, dwellings with 1 to 3 units located in the interior districts would be subject to a separate set of interior side yard requirements. That's based on lot width, and that's based on the structure that's currently in place. Next slide, please. And I'll turn it over to Joe.
For our final couple of summaries here, we're going to cover lot coverage and impervious surface. We have maximum lot coverage and impervious surface standards in our zoning ordinance with the purpose of combating the urban heat island effect. We want to promote adequate space for landscaping and reinforce existing or planned development patterns, and also importantly to reduce stormwater runoff and encourage absorption of stormwater into the soil. So this first element here, lot coverage, refers to the percentage of land that you are allowed to cover with buildings on a given property. And that includes, in this case shown, a primary residence and things like a garage. The proposed standards are largely, here in this package, are largely consistent with existing regulations in the zoning ordinance. So today, commercial zoning permits up to 100% lot coverage for your building. That continues to be our recommendation moving forward. And allowable lot coverage percentages for residential uses will increase as the built form district allowable building bulk increases. So we consider that relationship between the FAR setbacks allowed when developing these numbers, but they are largely consistent with existing regulations. Next slide, please. The same story with the maximum impervious surface numbers. The limits for impervious surface, it refers to the percentage of land you're allowed to cover with hardscape. So in addition to the buildings, we're talking about walkways, driveways, etc. But again, proposed standards are largely consistent with existing regulations in the ordinance. Commercial districts allowed to cover, or non-residential districts, I should say, are allowed to cover 100% of their lot, whereas residential districts, it is dependent on the intensity envisioned in Minneapolis 2040. Next slide. Before we wrap up, I think we just want to spend some time going over some other recommendations that are in the zoning ordinance amendments that are not in the new chapter 552. So this new chapter that has all of our built form regulations and new overlays resulted in the need for some changes outside of that chapter as well. A couple things we want to highlight, and some of these have been mentioned, but they're worth touching on again. In the definitions section of our code, the definition of gross floor area has been updated to reflect the guidance that Jason talked about, that we're going to include enclosed parking in our calculation for floor area ratio. In the definition of story, we changed that to create some consistency between what the building code constitutes a story in the building code and the zoning code. We also wanted to just eliminate some confusion around how height is calculated, so that change is the change to the story definition clears that up. We've added a definition for public realm, and that's to give some clarity for how the term is used elsewhere in the code, particularly in the built form overlay district language. There are a number of changes to the plan unit development chapter as well. The minimum lot area requirement for a PUD is proposed to be lowered from 1 acre today to half an acre. And that's in part to accommodate developments that may exceed the maximum proposed lot size provisions that we've placed in the built form chapter. So where maximum lot size requirements apply, the PUD chapter, you now have an opportunity to apply for a PUD beyond that if you have a size that's over a half an acre. And the regulation that we've proposed puts a limit on the building size that would be allowed in each of those built form districts under a PUD. And the effect here is that it would essentially require multiple buildings on larger sites to break up building bulk. Although the advantage here of putting this in the PUD chapter is that there remains an ability for exceptions to be granted to that standard in situations that the Planning Commission deems appropriate. Again, in the plan unit development chapter, alternatives for floor area ratio and height can no longer be authorized through that mechanism. So the authority for those exceptions, or as they're being dealt with now as premiums, all that lies with the built form overlay standards. So we want to make it clear that regardless of whether or not you have a PUD, the FAR and height premiums are the place where you gain those rights. And finally, the amenities have been amended in the chapter to be consistent with the language that was developed for the premiums found in the built form overlay chapter. Next slide. Before we conclude, I'm going to give just a quick rundown of the changes that staff has made to the recommendations since the 45-day review period version of these documents. And these changes are based on a variety of staff feedback from the public, and feedback from our commission, the Planning Commission, in meetings at Committee of the Whole over the past few months. The first is that the base floor area ratio for all of the corridor and above districts that have non-residential zoning, we've increased that base floor area ratio by 0.2. The premium value in interior 3 is increased slightly from 0.25 to 0.3. And the FAR in transit 30, the base FAR was changed from 8 to 10 and 8.2 to 10.4. We initially had proposed a grocery store size in meeting the premium standard for grocery stores that was higher than 5,000 square feet, but have changed that number to reflect a wider variety of grocery types that we would consider appropriate for meeting that premium. Our interior 2 lot size, minimum lot size requirement for 4+ unit development, we've lowered that from 9,000 square feet to 7,500 square feet. Maximum lot sizes are increased from previous drafts, as Jason went over. We wanted to reflect some feedback that we got requesting for some more flexibility there. Again, we talked about the maximum building size provision in the PUD chapter already. And Jason as well already mentioned the considerable feedback that we've received regarding FAR for duplexes and triplexes in interior 2 and 3. And you're not seeing any proposed changes from staff this evening, in large part because of the staff direction that we were given by the City Council when Minneapolis 2040 was adopted, but also because of the mixed feedback we've received from the public on that issue as well. The sustainability climate premium has been updated since the 45-day draft with some additional feedback from our sustainability office at the city. We have simplified the discretionary findings for height increases. We've reduced them in number and made it clear how staff is going to evaluate those. And then the final 2 here we clarified that congregate living and mixed use developments are subject to maximum lot sizes, not just residential uses. And the PUD amenities, updating the consistent language there. So I believe that concludes our staff presentation. Staff is certainly ready to assist the commission with your discussion and the public as needed, unless there are other comments from Jason or Janelle. I think I'll hand things back to Chair Rockwell.
All right, hearing nothing from Jason and Janelle. Commissioners, are there any questions, clarifications from staff at this time? All right, seeing none, we will open the public hearing. And I will say, we have a number of people signed up to testify. My guess is there are more folks on the phone. If it is helpful for everyone testifying to please be concise. Remember that there are folks coming after you, and to be as specific and on point as possible. So by specific, I mean offer not just kind of a generalized thought, but something specific you hope the commission retains, or something specific that you hope that we change. And on point, we are only considering those things before us today that are on the agenda. So it's the built form overlay district and later the Mississippi critical area text. And so we are not revisiting the 2040 plan as it was stated. We are also not revisiting a lot of other parts of the zoning code, which will need to be updated. And if you could be also succinct in your agreement with folks who've testified before and try to focus the bulk of your testimony on new ideas for the commission to consider, that would be great. And we will kick it off with Risa Husted. Please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record, please. Hello?
Oh.
Yes, we can
Hi,
hear you.
my name is Risa Husted. Great. I live at 4611 Blaisdell. I just wanted to touch in with you guys and reiterate the need for extending the affordability premium to all interior zones, not just a few. I'd like to see a reduction or elimination of the minimum lot requirements. I would like to see the current lot size requirements changed to like eliminate the requirements such that we don't retain historic redlining and exclusionary zoning practices. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Our next up is Britt Unbacked. Please unmute yourself, *6, and state your name and address for the record. Is there a Britt Unbacked on the line? I might be misstating your name. If so, I apologize. All right, we'll come back to Britt. Is there a Joshua Christensen on the line? *6 unmutes your phone or device, and you also need to unmute your own device sometimes as well.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. State your name and address.
Okay, perfect. Name's Joshua Christensen, reside at 2841 Bryant's Ave South. I'm gonna keep my comments precise here. The changes I would like to see for the interior 1 district, I want to see density bonuses or duplexes and triplexes, greater bonuses in interior 2 and even greater ones in interior 3. I also agree with the idea of reducing the minimum lot size. I'm aware that there are many existing lots in the city of Minneapolis that are below 5,000 square feet, and we shouldn't be excluding those from being able to be developed. And I also agree with extending the affordable housing density bonus to the lower interior districts as well. So then we have more opportunities to build affordable housing. And I believe that was all I had to say for that. Thank you very much for taking our comments, and I hope we can get some great changes to the build form regulations. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Next up is Amos Budde, B-U-D-D-E. If you are on the line, please unmute yourself. Press *.
Hi, this is Amos.
Your name and address for the record. Great, go ahead.
Yes. Hi, my name is Amos Budde. I live at 4612 Colfax South. I'm testifying in support of tiered FAR bonuses for 2 and 3 plexes in the interior districts. I live in an interior 1 district next to 2 duplexes that under the current rules could not be built today. They're 5,300 square foot lots. They're made of 3-bedroom units of 1,500 square feet, meaning their FAR is greater than 0.5. Mr. Wittenberg talked earlier today about wanting to match the rules to the existing zones, but these rules are in fact more restrictive than the existing housing stock. So I challenge the statement that this reflects the council's wishes. The math is pretty simple. If you're a family looking to live in an affordable option in the interior and want to live in a 2-plex or 3-plex, you take a 5,000 square foot lot, 1,500 square feet for a 3-bedroom unit. For a duplex, the FAR is 0.6. For a triplex, it's 0.9. So I ask you all to support greater housing affordability and choice and increase the floor area ratio, tiered FARs for 2 and 3 plexes in the interiors. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you very much. We'll go back and see if Britt Unbacked is on the line. *6 unmute, please. All right, we'll let Britt continue to figure out the muting situation. Is there Tim Keen on the line? You're speaking, we cannot hear you. *6. All right, I'm hearing Tim Keen may no longer be online. We will move on. Is Linnea Gotterstad on the line? *6 unmutes, also unmute on your device.
Hi there. Can you?
Yes,
Hi. Can you hear me?
we can now. Yes, thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Sorry about that. My name is Linnea Gotterstedt. I'm at 224 3rd Avenue Northeast. I wanted to say I support amending the current built form draft ordinances to extend affordability premium to all interior zones, tier or step the maximum floor area ratio based on number of units, eliminate or reduce minimum lot sizes and allow 3 units on any lot in any configuration. I support these changes because these changes will help us address our housing crisis and become a more climate resilient city. Part of the promise to me of the 2040 plan was that Minneapolis would be able to more easily add homes to our city, especially small multi-unit buildings and ADUs, which are less expensive to build and then therefore less expensive to rent or buy. However, the current draft regulations call for a floor area ratio that's really low and would make it hard to create duplexes and triplexes families could live in interior 1 and interior 2 zones, especially when you consider modern ADA requirements. The current draft requires a builder to navigate winning a lot of variances from the city to build affordable triplexes for families. In a lot of Minneapolis, building a McMansion would be relatively easy. And I would hope our ordinances would make it at least as easy to build affordable small multi-unit housing as it does to build large luxury single-family homes, including in all interior zones. And I also want to say we're in a housing crisis and climate crisis. And 2 years ago, I testified in front of the Planning Commission and Council in support of 2040, saying that I support enacting the 2040 plan because the population density the plan would allow would help our community become a place where it's increasingly possible to live and work in Minneapolis without driving a car. Changes that would allow us as a community to move towards a less car-centric transportation system are what we need to actually enact our city's ambitious climate action plan. I still believe that, and I still believe that every part of Minneapolis should be part of the solution on housing affordability and climate resilience, not just some parts of the city. So I support, just kind of to reiterate, amending the current built draft form ordinances to extend affordability premium through all interior zones, tiering or stepping the maximum FAR based on number of units on a property, eliminate or reduce lot size minimums, and allow 3 units on any lot in any configuration. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Is Katie Jones on the line? Katie Jones may not be online. All right. We will come back to Katie. Is Jana Flistrand on the line?
Good afternoon.
There we go. Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Jana Flistrand. I live at 2112 DuPont Avenue South. I'm an affordable housing professional and have led statewide and local housing initiatives since 2001. I'm also a volunteer with Neighbors Former Neighbors, and I'm here to share some specific comments that are provided in a jointly signed comment letter that you should have received. It is signed by a wide variety of folks, including affordable housing partners and others. So that the signers are Aon, Align Minneapolis, The Alliance, City of Lakes Community Land Trust, Inquilinos Unidos por Justicia, the Metropolitan Consortium of Community Developers, or MCCD, Minnesota Housing Partnership, Neighbors for More Neighbors, Sierra Club North Star Chapter, Twin Cities Habitat for Humanity, and Urban Homeworks. We are asking you to pass built form regulations that match the values and adopted policy goals of Minneapolis 2040. Minneapolis 2040 had 3 primary goals around eliminating racial disparities, ensuring universal access to homes that we can afford, and climate resilience. And built form is a critical part of achieving all 3. 2040 highlighted how housing policy, including zoning, created the racial disparities in housing that we have today. We no longer hold the values that originally shaped the rules, the value that prioritized keeping certain people, people of color and poor people, out of so-called desirable neighborhoods. However, leaving essentially status quo built form rules in place and our updated regulations is a policy choice to ensure that today's whitest and wealthiest neighborhoods stay that way. Minneapolis 2040 clearly called for a change in approach to keep the promises made to Minneapolis residents and national expectations set by our plan. The built form rules must invite builders to build homes, especially in those neighborhoods that have most effectively kept new construction out. So the specific requests that we have fit with our values. The first value is that collectively we love our existing neighborhoods. They're full of duplexes, triplexes, and walk-up buildings. We ask you to encourage building more missing middle homes by adopting stepped or tiered FAR for all interior zones. There are specific recommendations in the letter that for interior 1, it allows a 0.5 FAR for 1 unit, 0.55 FAR for 2 units, and a 0.6 for a 3-unit building. In interior 2, we ask you to allow 0.5 for a single family home, 0.65 for 2 units, 0.8 for 3+ units. And in interior 3, we ask that you allow 0.5 for 1 unit, 0.7 for 2 units, and 0.9 for 3 units, 1.4 for more than 4 units. That's in part because lots in interior 3 are smaller than lots in interior 1, and so you need to allow a larger step in interior 3 districts in order to allow similarly sized homes. These existing buildings that we love also provide thousands of often affordable homes for our neighbors, and encouraging more of them can also create more family housing near schools. That is why it's critical that this be included in the interior zones. We also call for eliminating the lot size for previously developed lots and to set a lot size minimum of 3,500 square feet for undeveloped lots. I won't add more detail because other commenters already have. I want to turn to our second value that was highlighted in 2040, which is affordability. When Minneapolis 2040 was passed, it was clear that it would pass only if other housing affordability ordinances were also passed, like inclusionary zoning and a significant increase in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Thankfully, the City Council has done that. We also need to, as part of the built form guides, extend the affordable premium into every single residential district and incentivize affordable housing in small buildings. Encouraging affordability only in some parts of the city is a form of exclusionary zoning, and by limiting affordable development to denser areas, this incentive fails to promote mixed income communities throughout the city and would solidify the impacts of exclusionary zoning. So we, as a group, worked with architects and affordable housing developers who do small scale single-family to triplex homes to develop a set of recommendations for what that affordability premium should be. So again, in interior 1, for providing at least 1 unit of housing at 60% of AMI, the premium should allow the developer to add a 4th unit and increase the FAR to 0.8. In interior 2, if providing 2 units at 60% of AMI, the premium should provide permission to add 3 additional units to the lot, allowing a total of 4 to 6 units and a FAR increase to 1.0 to 1.25. In interior 3, where there are 10 to 20 units, so all below when the inclusionary zoning ordinance kicks in, if providing at least 3 units at 60% of AMI, developers should have permission to add an additional floor. To conclude, every hurdle discourages building homes and makes it more costly to build. Every built form regulation is a statement of our collective values. So let's set only the standards that benefit the whole community. And instead of enshrining preference for more expensive homes, let's legalize less expensive homes. Let's show all of our neighbors that we welcome them in every neighborhood by extending the affordability premium to every residential zone. And let's live up to the promises that we as a community made when we adopted Minneapolis 2040. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up is James Kuman. Jim, if you are on the line, please unmute yourself. Hi, please state your name and address for the record.
Hi there. Jim Kuman, 3602 Garfield. I'm here today as a former Kingfield Neighborhood Association board member and current chair of the Kingfield Redevelopment Committee, and have 5 points today to cover. I echo a number of the points that was just stated by the previous caller, so I will work to skip over the highlights there that have already been covered, as I agree with many of the points that was just stated. First point I want to make was that we need to move our language in the entire zoning code away from this fixation on 3 units in one building, the triplex. We need to have 3 units however we can get them on our lots, whether it's 1 + 1 + 1, 1 + 2, 2 + 1. However we can get 3 units on a lot, we need to allow that. There's a number of reasons for that. One, to maintain the character of our neighborhoods and avoid tear downs, which we've been actively trying to find ways to avoid tear downs in our city now for several years, largely usually due to the building of McMansions. But in this case, this is to also actually add additional small scale multifamily buildings to existing lots without actually having to tear an entire building down at great cost. As housing values have risen in our city over the last couple of years very intensely, being able to come in and so quote unquote put a triplex in is cost prohibitive in most places in our city already because of how much you would have to tear down in order to make a 3-unit functional building that would work on its own. By being able to add 1 or 2 units and functionally, we no longer really need this idea of a principal structure in any of our interior zones, 1, 2, or 3. We should just simply allow the units that we're intending to allow, particularly in the 1 to 3 unit range that is in our comp plan, and allow those units to be creatively brought by the nonprofit and private development sectors so that we can allow that additional set of units without having to have those buildings be torn down because we somehow decided that a new shiny triplex was better than the things that we already have, even though we could add the units without having to actually alter that character along the street. So 3 units, any way we can get them, not a triplex. Second, I want to underscore some comments that have already been made from several callers about Interior 1. Interior 1 has the largest residential lots in the city, and they can handle more physically. And so as we are trying to turn back the hands of time on exclusionary policies that were largely in place that benefited those largest lots in the areas to the farthest north and farthest southern parts of our city, these lots need to have the most flexibility to be able to add more, particularly as it comes in the stated affordability bonuses that have been mentioned by a couple callers today. This is also the area of the city that has the most amount of available on-street parking. And so if we're not able to actually add the affordability bonuses that also allow us to spread our housing affordability across all areas of our city, then we've simply failed to actually provide and turn back exclusionary zoning in our city. If we cannot have that affordability everywhere and that accessibility, we've simply not gotten there. And so if we have the largest lots in the city, it should be easy to be able to add additional lots for the purposes of affordability. So I want to underscore the where in this case of the affordability bonuses that you may consider for interiors 1 and 2 zones. My third comment is that the Interior 2 zone is unfortunately the zone that has been left behind. One of the big hopes of the 2040 plan was that the missing middle would be put back in our city, or at least re-legalized in our city. Unfortunately, the Interior 2 zone was hopefully would have been the place to have that happen, and the rules that we have that have been proposed simply keeps the missing middle missing. And furthermore, because of what was largely a political move during the mapping process that stripped many of the Interior 3 zones down to Interior 2, this is along the backside of most of our corridors, that the ability for those zones, the downzoning that functionally happened on corridors in my part of the city, like near Lindale and Nicollet, those Interior 3 zones that were brought back down to Interior 2 happen to also be the places, like another caller said, where there are existing 4plexes and 6plexes, which are now awkwardly stuck in Interior 2 zone where they will not be allowed. These are buildings on 40 and 40-foot wide lots that do not meet the minimum lot size standards, even the reduced standard that I just saw put in the slide here earlier tonight, that they said they were lowering the minimum lot size for a 4+ unit building from 9,000 square feet to 7,500. that still renders the fourplex that's right across the street from where I live to be substandard to those rules. I find it ridiculous that at this point we still are making 4, 6, and 8 unit buildings on existing lots that have been in the city for 100 years, unable to be built, just as we've liked them and loved them in our neighborhood for so long. So I encourage you all to please look at the interior 2 zones and find ways to allow the 4, 6, and 8 unit buildings that would be allowed, whether there's through density bonuses or anything else, to be able to make sure that they stay allowed and that we don't limit the ability to add on additional units to existing duplexes and triplexes in their backyards to be able to allow more units. Fourth, the affordability bonuses that are mentioned by other callers, I want to underscore those. And much affordability bonuses like the ones that are passed recently in Portland, where they allowed 4, 5, and 6 unit buildings up to 6,000 square feet to be built on standard size lots. I remind all of you who don't know about Portland, Portland has no alleys. So they allowed a 6,000 square foot building on a small lot that's less than the average lot size of our city. And even though they don't have the upside of having alley access from the rear of the site. And so affordability bonuses can most definitely help us add additional unit coverage, because it doesn't matter if we allow more square footage if we can't actually divvy those units up in the ways that make sense to meet the affordability of our marketplace. Finally, my 5th point is that in much of the rules that are being passed here is a focus on our accessory use and structures code, as well as the legibility and readability of our code. The 535 and 531 areas of our code still are quite a mess. They don't quite line up in terms of being able to allow things that need to make sense. I won't go into great detail here, but I encourage the commission to make sure that as we work through additional updates to the code, that section is not left behind. As much variances and coordination issues with utilities are sort of stuck in that area of the code, and they create issues that are unnecessary to have repeatedly new variants for. And finally, as a part of sort of getting rid of underbrush in the code, I would encourage the commission to direct staff to look at visual aids that help to, in addition to even what's been put in this built format, but that the entire legibility of the code be looked at. While I myself am a professional that looks at building codes and zoning codes all day, and had a difficult time explaining to my own neighbors and other people in the industry the materials that were provided for this built form update were still not clear and still take quite a bit of work to explain to people what's going on. And so I would please, as we look to actually adopt actual code language, to find ways to use diagrams and specific tables better. South Bend, Indiana has done an incredible job with a code that they adopted earlier this year to make every single one of their zones extremely concise and have the entire zone be boiled down to just a couple of pages, including pictures. And we definitely need that in our city because it is very difficult for an average person to be able to read and understand what's going on. Finally, I just want to mention that while there was much fanfare when we passed Minneapolis 2040, we're already being passed and laughed by other cities who have no such policy guidelines. Portland, as I mentioned earlier, has recently passed a number of rules that are from allowing 3 and 4 plexes on all their lots, and also allowing 3 and 4 units in cottage configurations on almost every lot, as well as the affordability bonus that was already mentioned. South Bend, Indiana, their interior 2 zone equivalent, they call it the U2 zone. It allows 4 units on every lot. 4 units on every lot, South Bend, Indiana. No comp plan, no master plan provision. They just passed a good rule. And then little old Albion, Michigan, a majority minority city in southwestern Michigan, they allow 2 duplexes on every lot. And that's because in the state of Michigan, there's a sprinkler system requirement that kicks in over 3 units. And they said, okay, well, we don't want to get into sprinkler systems. We'll just allow 2 duplexes on every lot. So there are a number of ways to be able to improve the very small, minute details in our interior 1, 2, and 3 zones. And fundamentally, if we don't, we will continue to extend in only a slightly different manner of exclusionary zoning that has been underscored in our code for so many years now. And if we aren't able to address this missing middle problem, where we have once again left our 4, 6, and 8 unit buildings behind, one thing I want to note is that if you require a 7,500 square foot unit for 4 or more units, you basically are going to have to buy 2 lots. If you're going to buy 2 lots, and the going rate currently right now for property in this city is about $50 a square foot, you do not have the ability within a development deal to be able to buy 2 lots and only build 4 units, or in fact buy 2 lots and only build 8 units. The finances to buy lots, to buy 2 full lots, will simply not accommodate that, and so we will continue to have no 4, 6, and 8 unit housing, because you'll need probably more like 12 units to make 2 lots work. And with that, I thank you for your time, and I look forward to hopefully another round of revisions before this is taken to City Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is David Blomquist. Please unmute yourself, press star 6, and state your name and address for the record.
Hi, this is Dave Bloomquist. I'm at 224 3rd Avenue Northeast. When the Minneapolis adopted the 2040 plan, the City Council committed to addressing our housing shortage as well as tackling housing inequality head-on. Unfortunately, the bill's form regulations as proposed are insufficient in furthering these goals, and under the recommended policies, it will still require a lot of red tape to build what affordable housing we do need. In many places, the proposed FAR and lot size requirements encourage McMansions over needed multifamily housing. And honestly, for too many lots, the proposed FAR would not even allow us to build the housing types that match what already exists within our neighborhoods today. Over this spring, summer, and fall, we've seen how precarious access to housing is in Minneapolis. We're also in a climate crisis. We can't afford to wait before allowing to build more housing that enables people to have smaller carbon footprints and live closer to their schools, their jobs, healthcare, and shopping destinations. Climate migration has already resulted in people choosing to move to Minneapolis. Pressures on housing will only continue to get worse. So I'm asking the Planning Commission to ensure that the proposed built form regulations promote the goals outlined in the comprehensive plan. I was very happy to read the recommendations proposed by a coalition of several organizations in a joint letter that was mentioned earlier, the letter that was signed by organizations including the City of Lake Community Land Trust, IX, Neighbors for More Neighbors, and Habitat for Humanity. I strongly urge you to adopt their proposals, including tiered FAR in interiors 1 through 3, eliminating or reducing minimum lot sizes, and revising the affordability incentives to encourage affordability in all interior zones, including 1 through 3. We need to get this right as a city, and we cannot further entrench exclusionary zoning. I urge the Planning Commission to adopt the coalition's proposed changes to that built form plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Laura Gessen. Please unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record.
Oh, hang on a second. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I got to get the other phone call. I didn't realize it's still in the back here. Get my public meeting piped in. Where'd it go? All
right. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, this is Laura Geisen. I'm at 83 Ramsey Circle Northeast. And I have a couple new ideas that I want to share, as well as lending my support to the idea of affordable housing and eliminating disparities and increasing access to home ownership, affordable home ownership. I want to speak to first three short points. One is the 5-foot setback to the rear that occurs in the specifications for interior 1, 2, and 3. In regards to special situations, the neighborhood I live in has 43 homes that have no alley in the back. I'm unfamiliar with the Portland situation, and I'd be interested in seeing more about that as mentioned. But the fact that we have no alley, I think is not that common. And regarding the setback, for neighborhoods that have alleys, that's an additional 12 feet between those property lines. So if we had 2 5-foot setbacks, we would have only 10 feet between 2 buildings, whereas we would have 22 feet if we had an alley. So we have kind of a special situation in this neighborhood, which is kind of referred to as Boom Island Village, between 8th Avenue Northeast and 6th Avenue, and also between Boom Island Park and Marshall Street Northeast. I would like to see some kind of disallowance or flexibility on that setback in the case that there are no alleys in a neighborhood or a block. Second point for our, again, for our neighborhood in particular is this is at the corner of Marshall and 8th Avenue. There's a stoplight intersection. And I understand that we would be at least adding duplexes or threeplexes, and I think that's a great improvement for affordable housing and density. However, we were slated for interior 3, and we currently have only 1 outlet at 8th Avenue for traffic. The rest of our blocks are ending in cul-de-sacs, 1 at the park and 3 that bump up against Marshall but do not go through. And I have seen nothing mentioned as regarding a traffic study. If we have more density, would it be necessary to put, to open up one of these cul-de-sacs to Marshall? 2 of them are very close to the stoplight. The third one that's farthest would bring traffic, which during normal times, not pandemic, we have a lot of people leaving downtown across 8th Avenue. That street backs up at the stoplight at Marshall, and we'd probably have people cutting through at 8th and Ramsey Street Northeast down to 6th and cutting off that corner stoplight. So I'm interested in seeing if there's a traffic study for this particular neighborhood, and that maybe that would influence if we are not going to be interior 3 or 2 or 1, the number of dwellings with the traffic. I think that study should be looked at. The third one I wanted to point out, and my last, is about height restrictions and premiums. And again, this refers to just my neighborhood, although there may be others similar along the Mississippi River, as our neighborhood is also in the Mississippi River critical corridor. I understand that an interior 3 would have a 3-story height of 40 feet, I believe, but the MRCCA requires a max of 35, and that would be the more restrictive and should apply. I guess that's kind of a question, but also I hope that that is the case, that the more restricted one would apply. Those were my 3 points in regards to my neighborhood and others that have similar situations.
Very good. Thank you very much. Is there a Liz McDonald on the line? They have dropped off, but we'll just check. If there is, please unmute yourself. But Karen Peterson, *6 unmutes. Is there Karen Peterson on the line? Hello, please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Karen Peterson. I'm at 15 Broadway Street Northeast.
You are breaking up quite a bit right now.
We'll try that. I live in Broadway Street Northeast in the Canada neighborhood. Is it better there?
Yeah, we still can't really hear you. You may move to somebody else and then come back. You're breaking up so much it's hard to understand anything you're saying. We're going to go to the next person that will. Hello?
Okay.
Yes, that sounds better.
Okay, oh, hang on. Oh, should I try it?
All right. Try it.
Okay.
We're going to go for that.
All right. Okay.
Could you please state your name and address for the record again?
Okay, my name is Karen Peterson. I live at 215 Broadway Street Northeast in the Sheridan neighborhood. And I am calling on stand with the Minneapolis for Everyone in urgent passion. I'm very concerned about calls for greater flexibility in our zoning. The zoning serves greater flexibility only serves the developer, and zoning codes are designed to guide and protect our city, our neighborhoods, and our environment. And we must guard against being too flexible and losing our ability to protect our natural resources. As no environmental impact statement or assessment has been done, we don't know yet what the true consequences might be on our grand experiment. So doesn't it make sense to maybe slow down and see and find out? I have only two very specific requests, and that is to please honor, respect, and wherever possible, strengthen the sod. The Shoreland Overlay District is the strongest tool we have to protect our lakes and rivers, and we must protect our natural resources. I'm very concerned. I am all for affordable housing. I've been fighting for it. I'm fighting to protect the homeless and find homes. I'm all for that. I don't think we need to sacrifice every inch of our green space to get there. So I hope we can find a way to do so without losing canopy trees and paving over our green space. So thank you for your time. I hope everybody heard me, and you'll hear me again when we get around to the next one. So thank you. Bye.
Very good. We did hear you. Thank you for bearing with us as we got a good reception. Next up is William Weber. William Weber on the line. All right, we will move on to, yes, there you are. Please state your name and address for the record.
Thanks. I'm William Weber, 3504 25th Avenue South. And I, like many, would like to just speak in support of expanding the opportunity to build more affordable homes in the interior districts, more homes generally in the interior districts 1 through 3. I fully support the recommendations that were outlined by Jana Flissrand in the letter and concur with the recommendations, but specifically looking at a step or tiered floor area ratio in 1 and 2 and 3, as noted in the letter, eliminating minimum lot sizes, or at least reducing them to 3,500 square feet for undeveloped lots. And finally, all of the standards that were noted in support of affordability. I think it's really critical for us to realize at this juncture that in order to create a city that meets the plan, we can't follow the rules that were set in the time before it. New thinking is going to be required, and new patterns are going to need to be established. I think there are many safeguards in the way that codes and zoning are applied in the city, that we will not see a rampant expansion of scale outside of what already exists. And just really want to encourage us to take the time to think it through so that the execution of this plan really does increase equity, decrease disparity, and increase housing for all in the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Elizabeth Schmeising. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, this is Beth. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can. Please state your name and address for the record.
All right. My name is Elizabeth Schmeising. I live at 2908 40th Avenue South. So I'm calling today to echo some of the calls that have already been made, but also provide a few more. I'm going to echo, also preface this with, I'm a pre-licensure architect practicing within Minneapolis, and I work closely with the zoning code daily. And I'm really passionate about housing for my neighbors. So I'm going to echo the call for stepped FAR and interior zones. I'm going to echo Jim's call for allowing 1 to 3 units in any attached or detached configurations. There's no way we can expect our neighbors to tear down the house they raised their babies in just to try and add some density. But if we allow them the ability to have a detached configuration, that's really going to amplify some of the goals that we've been working for. And I also like to state that to truly be innovative, The zoning code needs to go beyond using market-based solutions to produce housing. Density is a tool, it's not a goal. If we want to create a truly affordable and sustainable housing, then we cannot treat it like a commodity to be invested in and profited off of. The proposed incentives maintain the status quo. Selling our communities to developers in exchange for wealth extracting housing isn't the solution. We can create incentives for non-developers to build, which is owner-occupied development, and empower communities to build the future they want themselves. I'm also going to echo the provision for remove the provision allowing front-facing garage doors near streets with alleys. And I think that's all. So thank you for your time.
Well, thank you very much. Next up, we have Yvonne Roberts, who may or may not be on the line. Yvonne Roberts, are you on the line? All right, maybe not. Is Margaret Kirkpatrick on the line? So Margaret Kirkpatrick on the line.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Margaret Kirkpatrick, and I live at 4300 West River Parkway in South Minneapolis. And basically, I just want to echo what most people have said. I'm particularly concerned that we allow larger floor area ratios in Interior 1, which is where I live, so that we can have duplexes and triplexes that are suitable for families. If they're confined to just 0.5, they simply won't be big enough. And that's basically what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Very good, thank you. Next up is Vince Snetz. If Vince Snetz is on the line, go ahead and unmute yourself.
There we go.
There we go. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Vince Netz. I'm calling from Prospect Park on 810 Thornton Street Southeast. I led the neighborhood organization from 2015 to 18 when our diverse community got deeply involved in and unanimously endorsed the Minneapolis 2040 plan. So I think many on the commission are familiar with our overachieving 50-page report that we developed in partnership with the U and the University District Alliance and the Minnesota Design Center and others. We had about 300 residents that gave feedback, and it really was a learning process for everyone. I currently serve on the Overlaying Towerside Innovation District Board, and our land use policies are based on that report, and our existence is owed to policy 99 in the 2040 plan. So for this built form proposal, the transit corridor along the Green Line, we have a unique 3-station number in Prospect Park of stations north of University Avenue. They're really well done, and I want to thank Paul Magoosh and the others at CPED for listening to our pleas to make abandoned industrial land more flexible. I think for the first time we now have a unique opportunity to make an entirely new community on the 240 acres that are east of TCF Bank Stadium. But there are other problems with the built form for residential interiors that kind of differ from our big community process we used back in 2018 to approve 2040. Others have covered this, so there's some specifics here that might help. Currently, there are many residential lots in Prospect Park that are Interior 2, which are under 7,500 square feet, and we got a couple notable examples that are 4,000 square feet. And intermixed with these are a lot of duplexes and triplexes and fourplexes. So the built form as proposed would make these existing properties non-conforming and would preclude them from being built even today, let alone what we need in the future. So the Interior 2 and 3 minimum lot size should be reduced to 4,000 to conform what we already have. And the FAR should be made much more flexible so that it matches, at minimally, it matches what already exists here and what's already been approved by our community. And then sometimes there's a there's been stated a kind of tension between historic preservation and the 2040 plan, but kind of ironically, in Prospect Park, the basis of our residential historic district, which was placed on the National Register in 2016, that rests entirely on the unique blend and mix of housing size and architectural styles that stretch from the 1880s through modernism. So imposing a built form different from what's here today places that historic basis in jeopardy, ironically. It also creates a future in which larger and less affordable single-family homes will be incentivized, just at a time when we need more options and variety. So today, Prospect Park is already kind of a living laboratory of how a variety of housing types and styles and sizes near major transit corridors can work together. I encourage anyone to walk around over here if you haven't seen it. Since 2018, the world's changed a lot. And the 2040 plan, which many lauded nationally as a bold attempt to address equity and climate, now kind of looks tepid, especially in this built form plan. At worst, the current built form proposal just concentrates density and affordability into the urban core, enforces the status quo outside of that, and therefore fails to live up to the lofty principles of the 2040 plan. So there's been a lot of commentary before me on specific FAR changes, and I think those are really great, and I endorse those. So thank you for your time.
Very good. Thank you very much for those comments. Next up is Evan Carlson. We have Evan Carlson on the line. All right, hearing no one. How about Britt Anbacht?
Sorry, this is Evan Carlson. I had a hard time unmuting there. Can you hear me?
Very good. Yes, we can. Please state your name and address for the record.
Evan Carlson, 3515 Cedar Lake Avenue. I'm the chair of the Land Use Committee for the Sidna neighborhood, and I was asked to express a few concerns here. The main concern is that there was a lot of public input for the 2040 plan, and there has not been a lot of opportunity for input for the build form. And the build form is really where the rubber meets the road. The sentiment is that the build form does go beyond what was presented in the 2040 plan, and understand that the requests being made here today have not had the opportunity for public input that is normally part of the planning process. That was a part of the planning process for the 2040 plan. There's a diversity of opinions among the people who live in our neighborhood, and many people do feel that maintaining a diversity of housing, including opportunities for single-family housing, is important for people with families, and is important for diversity of incomes, and having ability for upwardly mobile citizens to still reside in the city. Also, to get into the details here, the climate crisis is a major cause for amending the ordinance, and no doubt more development will result in a reduction of trees. And there is a major feeling among residents that maintaining the city's urban tree canopy is a priority. And the tree canopy is a natural way of shading houses and making them more energy efficient. So two premiums that I'd like to see expressly addressed in the build form is using natural trees as a means of shading a house, or alternatively, expressly including rooftop solar as a premium. I understand that there are incentives for energy efficient, but it doesn't expressly call out sources of renewable energy. And if you're going to be building these structures. I suspect a lot of them will have flat rooftops, which is a good opportunity for a solar array. So if there is going to be an incentive, first of all, you should be very careful when adding these incentives because there hasn't been an opportunity for public input. But if you are going to do them, natural tree shading is cheap and very effective, and there should be expressly included opportunities for renewable energy as a premium. And then finally, there's a concern about the use of premiums to increase height in areas where there is no buffer between districts. In some areas, you've got, interior 1 next to an interior 6, and there is further opportunity to increase that. And that should be de-incentivized when those areas don't contain a buffer between them, when you've got those areas right up next to each other. So that was one of the other things we discussed. So be careful with the incentives. Be careful with anything being proposed here that hasn't had an opportunity for public input. If you are going to do incentives, consider cheap, reusable trees and solar, and disincentivize the use of premiums in areas where there is no buffer between them. And those are the take-home points. So thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sorry, I got muted. I can hear you. Please state your name and
Hi.
record.
Yeah, this is Britt Anbach. I live at 4633 Clinton Avenue. I volunteer with Neighbors for More Neighbors, and I'm in the process of trying to build an ADU. A coalition of housing advocates, including Neighbors for More Neighbors, sent a letter today to the KIPS committee, which Yana talked about earlier, with specific comments on the draft built form plan. I'm in support of those recommendations, in particular with regards to floor area ratios and other built form regulations. Speaking to my own experience trying to build an ADU over the last 2 years, the zoning rules for adding additional housing to a lot with a single family home are highly restrictive. It is difficult to ensure that you are doing things just right. Height, distance of the buildings, and most especially allowed floor areas strongly impact how large a building can be and what it looks like. While I might want to build a 2-bedroom apartment over a garage, the allowed area of 1,300 square feet for an ADU makes that impossible. With regards to height, the ADUs or additional units having different height requirements than the main home disadvantages 1 to 1.5 story homes. I believe it has been somewhat fixed now, but it is important that these restrictions are consistent for all homes. We had to amend plans to include a balcony on the second floor of a 1-bedroom, 1-bath apartment and a specific orientation to be within building area regulations. It's important that we allow people to build more housing within reasonable but generous limits that are consistent, regardless of whether it is a duplex and an ADU, a cluster development, or an all-in-one envelope triplex. These rules must be given enough space for the shared areas of hallways, mail drop-off, and storage while complying with the regulations to insulation and door width and other ADA measures that have changed the size of homes since the last time duplexes and triplexes were allowed to be built in all parts of the city, which was approximately the 1930s. I'm concerned that the emphasis on using single-family zoning rules as the basis for interior zone 1 to 3 built form ignores the fact that a majority of neighborhoods currently zoned for single families have grandfathered in larger buildings, including duplexes, triplexes, and more, that are illegal to replace under these rules. It is vital that we go based on what our city actually looks like rather than how the zoning code writers building redlining into our city's rules wanted the city to look. Relying on those rules to FAR, height, and setbacks in interior 1 and 3 will just further cement those prejudices into our neighborhoods. I'm specifically calling on the committee to amend the FAR limitations to have tiered amounts for 1, 2, 3, and 4 unit homes in interior 1 to 3 zones in accordance with the letter signed by 11 local organizations. Restricting duplexes and triplexes to a too small to realistically being built FAR of 0.5 in some areas of the city and 6 stories possible right next door, as it is on my block, is a maintenance of the status quo which concentrates all housing to corridors and exempts wealthy neighborhoods from real change, as well as minimum lot sizes of 3,500 square feet rather than 5,000 square feet to allow current small lots to be rebuilt to rebuild small homes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. That is the last on our list of named folks on the line to testify. But if there are others wishing to testify on these built form overlay districts, please press *6 to unmute yourself and let us know you're here. All right, maybe we got everyone's name. Okay, then I will close the public hearing on the built form overlay. And commissioners will have discussion and comments. Commissioner Lukey here.
Yes, I do have some amendments, but before I get to those, I just want to touch on 3 things in case some of the callers were still present that I was just taking notes on real quick. Just one of the speakers mentioned about wanting 1 to 3 units in pretty much any configuration.
Not the time, Ted.
And I just wanted to let that speaker know that you can do that now. It's called the cluster development. It's a tool you can use. So don't worry, your dreams have been realized. Another caller, Miss Giesen, maybe, wanted to know about setbacks for properties that don't have alleys. And I just wanted to let her know there's a great variance process for that, since that's recognized as practical difficulty. So that's also something that she should know is a tool that's in place already. And then Miss McDonald wanted to know about whether we could slow down this process a little. And I just wanted to let her know that there's a state requirement that we sync up the zoning code to match our comp plan. So just wanted to, in case those 3 callers were kind of waiting in the wings to see if we'd address their concerns before we get into the bulk of it, I just wanted to let them know that that's the current status of things, that isn't changing. That's the way it is. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Lukey. Commissioners, are there any other preliminary thoughts, reactions, comments, clarifications, etc.? Otherwise, we can discuss how to move forward with potential amendments here. Okay, seeing no additional comments, Commissioner Marwa.
Hi, Commissioner Rockwell. I had a question for staff as it were in regards to the comment about ADUs from the woman, I'm sorry, I forgot her name, who mentioned that how she would not be able to make an ADU currently, the FAR. Can staff just kind of explain that for me, for my knowledge of kind of what's happening with that? Thank you.
Commissioners, I did hear several things about ADUs. Note that we are not actually bringing forward changes to ADU regulations at this point. There have been a couple of amendments adopted previously that have gone through the commission that have generally created more flexibility related to ADU construction. I believe one of the presenters, callers may have referenced that. We have essentially divorced the height limit from the height of the principal structure and allowed up to 21-foot tall ADUs. I don't know if Janelle or Joe have anything else to add, or if there was something more specific related to ADUs that I can try and answer.
Joe, do you want to hop in or no?
Well, maybe one more thing to add is that the floor area allowed for the detached ADU is separate than the floor area allowed for the principal structure. So the principal structure is allowed to have that FAR of 0.5, and then the 1,300 square feet that would be allowed for the detached accessory structure is separate from that.
Very good, thank you. Commissioners, are there other questions for staff or clarifications? All right, seeing none, I know that at least Commissioner Meyer.
Yeah.
Hi. Who's that?
Trying to comment.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Hello, somebody has very cool sounding, but very echoey reception here.
6. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Yes. Make a comment.
Our public hearing is close, let me take a commissioner question, and you're very, very echoey. I'm happy to reopen the public hearing for a moment if we missed somebody. But let me take Commissioner Meyer first. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about the staff directive that staff was basing their recommendations on, triplexes on. It seems to me like the council was fairly specific about height and about units, but they didn't say anything about FAR. Is that correct? Like,
Commissioner Meyer, the specific staff direction did not include the words floor area ratio or floor area. I believe that's correct. Our understanding of the intent was to maintain certain patterns, but you are correct that it did not specify that.
Okay. So, like some of the commenters, noted that other cities, I think Portland is the most notable one, have leapfrogged Minneapolis. Our legalization of triplexes was new at the time, but now other cities are going further than that. I would love to see the type of thing that Portland did enacted here, where if you have additional affordable units, then you can have up to a sixplex. But that seems that it's something that the council should move forward with. But it does seem very much within a prerogative today to refine the FAR requirements. And then I guess my question for Chair Rockwell is how you're going to proceed with the amendments today. So there were, I believe, 3 commissioners who submitted draft amendments in people's Dropbox folders. And one of them was you, Chair Rockwell. So, as the chair, are you going to be presenting your own amendments, or do you want someone else to read the ones that you submitted?
No, I'm happy to present my own. Yeah, my thought is that we will go commissioner by commissioner. There may be other commissioners who wish to offer up amendments, either that they prepared before this and they didn't get uploaded, or that are inspired by the testimony read read today, and so we can work commissioner by commissioner. But as we do that, as we discuss a particular section of the code, I would like anybody who wishes to offer an amendment to that section of the code to discuss that amendment as well. So if we're talking about a particular one of the bonuses, for example, then anybody who has something related to that FAR bonus should speak up, so that we don't have an amendment and then an amendment upon an amendment and so forth, so we can actually work through in some sort of logical way through this.
Okay, that sounds good to me. I would suggest that you should start with yours first, because whether I take on some of mine is kind of like I'm kind of depending on whether some of yours pass or not. So I would propose that you do yours first.
All right, I was going to do mine last, but
okay. Well.
I do know that that staff is working on uploading the documents that were sent in, and I think that unless there is other discussion right now, I would ask Commissioner Lipke-Peer to speak up and offer amendments as we go forward here.
Hi, everybody. So I don't know if Lisa, if they got the document uploaded or not. I sent it, and it's I have a series of quick amendments. Oh yeah, okay. So it's my older file. So sorry, there's a couple on some of the pages. So we'll just go kind of page by page. I have about 9. So the first one that I guess I want to talk is about table 535-1, which is related to permitted obstructions in required yards. And I just wanted to make amend the numbers to say 75 square feet and projecting 7 feet, just to allow for more architectural flexibility to be compatible with neighborhoods and still have a functioning space. Because often with the thicknesses of walls, to get a good R value now, you're not actually leaving a lot of usable space if you think about door swings and whatnot. So it's just a architect friendly change to the permitted obstruction and required yards. So I'll just wait. We kind of go amendment by amendment. Sam?
Yeah, let's go amendment by amendment.
Super. So that's that one. We can go back to the first page. We're still on the first sentence.
As these are sort of separate conceptually, I would be inclined to vote on them as we go, so that we are so we don't have to circle back.
I would appreciate that, actually. I think it keeps it cleaner. So that's all I have to say about this.
Are you going to make a motion for it?
Is there any discussion? Yeah, sure.
I move to amend the table 535-1 permitted obstructions as shown on screen. The vestibule section.
Second, Meyer.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this amendment? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Caprini?
Aye.
And Lipke here?
Aye.
Marwa?
Aye.
Meyer?
Aye.
Olson?
Aye.
Schrader?
Aye.
Sweezy?
Aye.
7-0.
Very good. That motion passes. Commissioner Lipke here.
All right. Next up is section 551.145. This has to do with overlay areas, and I was just noting that the West Broadway overlay only has really one standard it's being held to, whereas other related overlays and other areas had much more differentiated and interesting, and I think also applicable points. So I was going to suggest that we direct staff to include overlay standards for West Broadway that are on par with the standards we call out for the other overlay areas in the city, such as Hennepin, Lindale, Lagoon, Lake, Nicollet, and Franklin.
Very good. Is there any discussion on this? I would suggest that we add a little bit more detail, Commissioner Lipke here.
So related to surface parking lot, frontages, activities, pedestrian experience, those kinds of elements were the intent.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any discussion here? Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to direct staff to amend the West Broadway overlay to pick up some of the other standards that we maintain for other areas of the city, as shown. Staff directive.
Second, Meyer.
We have a motion and a second. Meyer seconded. Any further discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Caprini?
Aye.
Lipke here?
Aye.
Marwa?
Aye.
Meyer?
Aye.
Olson?
Aye.
Schrader?
Aye.
Sweezy?
Aye.
7-0.
All right, and then if we could go to the next page, this has to do with table 552-2, which is the maximum floor area ratio table. And I, after listening to staff through all these meetings we've had and discussions about the floor area, I just felt like I know in my own practice as an architect, sometimes to make things have more interest and not just be a big dumb box, sometimes just a little more room to, whether you're adding room for a multi-generational family, something, or even now a home office, it's nice to have just a little more wiggle room to not just have a dumb box. So I interpreted the staff or the direction to staff that said they wanted to closely match existing, but not be identical to mean we had a little bit of room for changing things. So I was promoting a 0.1 increase to the FAR for all interior 1, 2, and 3s. I feel like it's a very modest increase, but would still allow for more flexibility, more usability, without overwhelming the intent or the scale of the neighborhood, but while still allowing residents to have more use of the site. So it's a modest increase. It's one that closely matches what's there, but it still allows for that adaptability that we've been hearing so many callers speak about as well.
Okay, commissioners, are there any questions or discussion on this one? Commissioner Meyer.
Yeah, so I support, you know, increasing the FARs along this line, but so Chair Rockwell also had a proposal along these lines. So can we, is staff prepared to put that one on display so that we can see that
Should I table this one until we get to that then and just go on, or is it possible to pull up Rockwell's?
I mean, can we pull them both up and discuss them both and then kind of see where people are at?
There's no reason to not address it right now, Commissioner Leclerc. So I think we have a couple different thoughts here. So Commissioner Leclerc, it looks like your proposed amendment here would add 0.1 FAR kind of across the board to the residential suggested FARs in the staff report.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, and then if we flip to Rockwell amendment, so the this proposal creates a graduated FAR by unit type for residential. This is the main difference. So for a single family dwelling, it retains the 0.5, and then it creates new FARs, 0.6 for 2-family dwellings and 0.9 for 3-family dwellings, as the kind of the main crux of the difference here. The rationale of the 0.6 and the 0.9 actually, I was surprised and thrilled to hear someone testify to the same idea, because it's validating, I guess, that the idea of a 2-family and 3-family dwelling FARs is that those allow for a maximum average of 1,500 square feet per unit. So I was thinking about this as what kinds of units are we allowing? And we heard a lot about this in the testimony, so I won't speak that much more to it. But this is a graduation of those FARs based on the number of units, with the theory that you can have a 2,500 square foot single family home, a 1,500 set of 1,500 square foot duplex units, or a trio of 1,500 square foot triplex units. And obviously all on a standard 5,000 square foot lot, which many lots are not exactly 5,000 square feet. So two slightly different takes, I think, coming from generally the same place. We of course heard several other, just for the sake of, you know, getting some of the stuff we heard a moment ago as well. We also heard suggestions for 0.5 for 1 unit, 0.55 for 2 units, 0.6 for 3 units, and a graduation of getting a little bit larger for interior 2 and so forth as well. So somewhat different ideas there on the table, including a lot through the testimony that we heard as well today. Commissioner Leclerc here.
Yeah, I think we're kind of trying to get at the same thing here. I think the only thing that makes me get a little nervous is the 0.9 in the interior 1 and 2 in particular. Only because as much as I think it's good to have living space and units that are sized for families, in fact, that's I think what our biggest need for affordable housing is in the city. I also know that families benefit from yards, and once we start getting a 0.9, we're kind of that's really covering a lot of yard, especially for a large lot. So I'm kind of wondering if when we do the math, we're skewing it a little, assuming that all 3 dwelling units would be the same size. So I'm just kind of, I guess I'm thinking the 0.9 feels like a lot to me. It also doesn't feel like the closely matches requirement that council gave to staff at the 2040 time. So I guess I'm a little leery of the 0.9 part, but the others, the 0.5, the 0.6, I mean, that to me, I would go higher than 0.5 because I think that that's still too low in light of all kind of what's going on right now in terms of needing space. So I guess I'd kind of like to see increased from 0.5 in the single family. But I think the 0.6 or maybe even a 0.7 for the 3 family would be okay in my mind, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll respond briefly. I did circle back just to double check on the lot coverage or restrictions, and my inclination is to sort of leave the lot coverage restrictions and the need for a yard, which I agree with, to the lot coverage. You know, 1,500 square feet were stacked on top of each other. That would be a 0.3 FAR, which isn't exactly possible because it's not a 3-story, it's a 2.5-story. But our lot coverage creates a limit on 0.45 lot coverage in the I-1 and the I-2, I believe. I'm not looking at it. And so that's what I was relying on there. Also agree on the yard issue. Commissioner Meyer.
Yeah, I was wondering if staff could remind us what the status quo is and what the existing build form is, because several commenters said, you know, that there are buildings that are in existence today that couldn't be built under the proposed guidelines, and I wasn't sure like if that was FAR, or if it was minimum lot size, or which restriction it is that meant that they couldn't be built. But just trying to get a sense of like what the status quo is and how these different proposals compare to that.
Sure, I could speak to that, Commissioner Meyer. So certainly there are a variety of contexts throughout our city. Of course, our city has developed over more than a century with different styles, et cetera. As was indicated in the staff report on page 3, according to research that our long-range planning staff put together, existing duplex and triplex development it was typically built in the early 20th century and on average has an FAR of around 0.5. And those typically exist on 5,000 to 6,000 square foot lots. 4 and 5 unit buildings have a typical FAR of 0.6. Again, on average, those come from the early 20th century and are on lots larger than 6,000 square feet. Now, just got to, again, clarify that, of course, there are duplexes and triplexes that are well in excess of 0.5 that exist in our city. But the numbers I gave you are sort of the averages out there. In terms of single family homes, it's relatively rare that single family homes don't comply with 0.5. As if I recall correctly from seeing a map of single family homes that are in excess of 0.5. There's a cluster in the Lowry Hill area where we have our greatest concentration of homes that are in excess of 0.5. That's where you see relatively large homes on relatively modest size lots in a particular part of that community. Again, admittedly, some exceptions exist throughout the city.
And Jason, just for the listening everyone, I think we talked about this at the last meeting. Could you just clarify also what gets counted in a residential structure for FAR?
Sure.
As in, you know, do basements get counted? What we heard Janelle say earlier, that FAR does not apply to the ADU structure, et cetera.
Yeah, absolutely. Commissioners, a basement floor area does not get included in FAR, and nor does half-story space. We have a specific definition of half-story. I think we're going to take another look at that probably next year to look at some changes to that. And for 1 to 3 unit buildings, the accessory garages, detached garages are also not included in the calculation of maximum floor area ratio allowed on a property.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Commissioners, is there further discussion from anyone who hasn't spoken yet? Or thoughts? You know, I'll see nobody popping up. Commissioner Lucky-Pierre, you know, given that the half stories and the
Basement and ADU
finished,
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think that a 0.9, I would be comfortable lowering that 0.9. I do like, I think the many commenters commented on the concept of having a tiered set of FARs for the unit sizes to create some kind of incentive or nudge to actually develop kind of appropriately sized multiple unit buildings. And so, you know, I think there's a lot of places where you could kind of divide that up. My inclination is to have some level of tiering so that we're pushing the multi-units in the larger buildings. Commissioner Myers, you've got a comment, proposal, something.
Yeah, well, I was just going to propose a compromise of, okay, so the difference between the two proposals is that Rockwell's is lower for single family, 0.5 instead of 0.6, but higher for triplexes, set it at 0.9. Sounds like Chair Rockwell, you're okay with lowering the triplex one. And it sounds like Commissioner Lucky-Pierre mentioned that it was for I1 and I2 that you were most concerned about the triplexes. We heard from commenters today that for I3 in particular, the lot sizes are smaller, so the FAR is more important to make things possible there. So I would suggest that we keep 0.9 for I3 triplexes, and then reduce the triplexes for I1 and I2 to 0.8, and increase the single family from 0.5 to 0.6. And then I think there was agreement on the rest of them, if I remember correctly. So that's not, I don't know if I should restate everything to merge them as a motion, but do we have kind of consensus toward the compromise there?
I think I agree with that. I think that's a good compromise between that kind of achieves all the goals that we were talking about in our discussion.
So let me just let me try to restate this, Commissioner Meyer, and correct me. Okay. I'm unclear a little bit on the duplex FAR in your proposal. So in I3, we have 0.5. Is it 0.5 for, no, 0.6 for a single family?
I'm saying 0.6.
0.6?
Yeah.
Okay. 0.6 for a single family, 0.9 for a triplex. What for a duplex?
I was going to
0.6 or 0.7 or something.
Didn't both of you have 0.6?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so 0.6.
Okay, so retain.
Unless,
so
I mean, I got
a single family. The question is, do you want to have the single family and the duplex have the same FAR requirement?
I mean, both of you agreed that that's where the duplex should be. So I guess.
It works for me. All right.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's just keep it. Solomon has spoken.
All right. Okay. So the proposal is in I3 going from single to 3 units, 0.6, 0.6, 0.9. In I2, 0.6, 0.6, 0.8, and in I1, 0.6, 0.6, 0.8. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That is correct. And I second the motion that Meyer's going to make to that effect.
And I make the motion that has been seconded.
All right, so we have a motion and a second for the structure that was just described. I think there's one thing we need to clarify, which is the other uses, institutional and other uses in Interior 1, residential and OR.
I was agnostic to those changes, so.
Okay.
I'm happy to incorporate. So yeah, Chair Rockwell you had your recommendations on that. Commissioner Lupier didn't have any, I don't think, in her amendment. So I would just, we can add your recommendations to the motion.
Let me amend the written recommendations just so it's a little bit more consistent with what we're currently looking at here. So we're talking about Interior 1 in the residential and OR district. We'll say all uses except institutional, residential, and public uses 0.6 FAR. So that would be consistent with the single family. It's kind of retains that relationship. And then for the institutional and public uses, leave that at 0.8 as was suggested by staff. So I think that kind of ties in with the other FARs in the district.
I accept that change as a friendly amendment.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to amend the FARs for residential, primarily for residential in the Interior 1, Interior 2, and Interior 3 districts. Any further discussion on this amendment? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Caprini.
Aye.
Lupier.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Marwa.
Aye.
Sorry, Olson. Schrader.
Aye.
Sweezy.
No.
So that's 6-1.
All right, that motion carries. If we could get Commissioner Lupier's amendments back on the screen, we can have through the next ones.
All right, so the next amendment is related to table 552-7, other maximum height requirements by use. And actually it's a footnote to one of the items on there. There's an asterisk, and I reached out to staff a week or so ago, and when I submitted my amendments, and asked for their assistance in crafting this. Can we go to the next page, please? Thank you so much. Oh, no more. Keep going. Okay, so if you scroll a little, because it's the asterisk at the bottom below this chart. I was concerned about some of our historic districts. Thank you. Kind of coming into a bit of a conflict with the maximum height. We have a lot of 1900s through 1915 era, maybe even late 1880s to 1915, maybe that are more Victorian. And I know, so this doesn't apply to everything in the city, but if there's an infill lot, for example, and the community wishes to, or if the person who owns it wishes to build kind of a similar house in scale and character or whatnot, this was saying that the maximum height might come into a bit of jeopardy because of increased heel heights, as well as floor joist spans and insulation and the increased R values that they didn't have 120 years ago. But we also didn't want to create a giant loophole where people could kind of get away with saying it's a half story, but then throwing a 412 ugly roof on it and then ruining the whole neighborhood. So this was kind of, I thought they worded it really well, that it would allow for architecture that is compatible on a streetscape that kept a similar slope, even though it might end up being slightly higher, as long as the roof pitches were kept at that same higher slope. So that was the intent of this, and I thought staff did a really good job at kind of honing in on it, so it wouldn't create another loophole for some weird third story thing that then creates another problem.
We got a footnote with 2 notwithstandings in it, which is.
I take staff's advice on that one.
All right. Any questions for Commissioner Lupie-Pierre, comments on this?
I second the motion she's about to make.
I move to approve the amended footnote.
Very good. We have a motion to approve the amended footnote to table 552-7. And Commissioner Meyer, you can orally confirm.
Oh, yeah, second.
All right. Now we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Caprini. Caprini. I think we might have lost her. Lipke-Pierre.
Aye.
Marwa.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Schrader.
Aye.
Sweezy.
Aye.
6-0.
Very good. That motion carries. All right. Commissioner Lupie-Pierre, back to you. I believe we're at section 552.540.
That's right. It's the required premiums, and it's particularly amending portions of premium number 2, 3, and 5, the living wall system, the enhanced stormwater management and native landscaping, and the shared bicycle premiums. So I don't know. I think.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Can we scroll that down here?
Yeah. Sorry. Next page.
Perfect.
So I'll kind of walk through each of these with the note that after I drafted this, I got a note from staff that there's other areas related to the PUD amenity standards that these would have that we would have to direct staff to make it consistent with this. But I think the discussion on this will determine that. So the first required premium, as I just wanted to amend, was the portion of the living wall system where it relates to a portion of the planting should provide greenery year round. I just thought it would be good to articulate what portion. That way, like I was concerned about last week, it wasn't like one dead, like one plug is living and the other 500 died. So I thought maybe 20%. I'm open to discussion on whether that's an appropriate number or not. But it seemed as though it'd be good just to codify that. Number 3 was enhanced stormwater management and native landscaping. It was just to acknowledge that sometimes rain gardens aren't the only way to manage stormwater on a site, and that there are a number of really sophisticated technologies coming out that allow you to manage stormwater on a subterranean level and filter it actually, so it actually is cleaner water. And so I just updated this sentence to reflect that. And just added this part about being visually or visually appealing, because it's not as though an underwater system necessarily will be visible because it's underground. So that was that. And then if you could scroll just a teeny bit to get all of 5 in there. One of the things that I noticed in the premiums is that all of them are pretty much on par in terms of perhaps cost to implement, except the shared bicycle seemed like completely out of scale with everything else. So I thought they should maybe be paired both for people who prefer 2-wheeled access as well as those who require 4-wheeled mobility. And so I thought we should pair the shared bicycles with e-vehicle chargers, and and then the other part of this sentence that isn't showing on this page, the only other thing we added was where it says a minimum of 10 shared bicycles, and then I added and 4 e-vehicle chargers per 1 commercial use, so on and so forth. So those were the 3 amendments or tweaks I wanted to make to section 552.540 required premiums. In addition to directing, if we approve this, to direct staff to update the PUD amenities as well.
Very good. Commissioners, are there questions for Commissioner Lupie-Pierre? seeing none. Commissioner Lipke-Pierre, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move that the proposed changes be implemented into 552.540, as well as direct staff to update the PUD amenity standards to reflect these changes as well.
Very good. We have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
Second, Meyer.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Caprini. Lipke-Pierre.
Aye.
Marwa.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Schrader.
Aye.
Sweezy.
Aye.
6-0.
All right. So let me go to the next.
Pierre.
Yep. The next one is table 552.12 floor area ratio premiums authorized. I just wanted to add a little bit to the native species subpoint C and just add edible landscapes and or native species, because I thought it was also a beneficial planting that we want to see more of in the city. And so just a little housekeeping.
Very good. Are there any questions for Commissioner Lipke-Pierre?
This is Marwa. I like that.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Marwa.
I was just saying I like that. I like that addition of the beers.
Very good. I will say I also made an amendment to this particular section, which is almost identical to Commissioner Lipke-Pierre's, where mine was native species, climate resilient species, and edible plantings shall be prioritized. Given a discussion that we had the other day on both edible landscapes and on climate resilient species, given that native species are not always able to survive in Minnesota anymore. Would you accept that as a friendly amendment at the addition of climate resilient species?
Absolutely. I think it completely is appropriate.
All right. So in addition of climate resilient species, in addition to the edible landscapes. Any further questions or discussion? I suppose it's not a friendly amendment because you haven't made a motion yet. Commissioner Lipke-Pierre, would you like to make the motion?
Yes, I'd like to move changes to table 552-12 related to floor area ratios premiums being authorized and add edible landscapes and or climate resilient plantings and or before the rest of it, native species, so on and so forth.
Very good. Do we have a second?
Second, Meyer.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Caprini. Lipke-Pierre.
Aye.
Marwa.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Schrader.
Aye.
Sweezy.
Aye.
6-0.
All right, Commissioner Lipke-Pierre, back to you.
All right, three to go, and these are easy ones. All right, so the next page is required findings for 552.550, and if we can, basically I want to add condition 4, and again, I thank staff for helping me draft this, that I want to add that exterior materials are consistent and compatible on all sides of the building. Obviously, the understanding would be if it's a zero lot line situation where something's getting built next to it, we could examine that in terms of compliance. But in general, I think we need to acknowledge that buildings are a 3D object in the round and not a stage prop. And could we go to the next page so they can see? There we go. Thanks.
And sorry, Commissioner Lipke-Pierre, could you clarify what this is a condition of?
Oh yes, it is a required finding before the approval of an administrative height increase. And in addition to providing the required premium or premiums, the zoning administrator shall find, and then it has these 3 findings. And yeah, so this is the 4th finding.
Okay, very good. Commissioners, any discussion? Commissioner Lipke-Pierre, would you like to make a motion?
I would like to move that we add a 4th finding to 552.550 required findings.
Very good. Do we have a second? Do we have a second to the motion from anyone?
Second, Myron.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Livekey-Peer,
Aye.
Marwa. Sorry, Marwa.
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Olson,
Aye.
Schrader,
Aye.
Sweezy,
Aye.
6-0.
That motion carries. Commissioner Livekey-Peer has been pushing for that one for a while.
I have.
Back to you, Commissioner Livekey-Peer.
All right, next page, it relates to section 552.810, yard requirements in residence and office residence districts. This particularly relates to subpoint G, which is only related for non-residential uses. When I read through this, I kind of was thinking that in this day and age with the sustainability goals we're trying to get to, turf grass just seemed kind of inappropriate given that it's a non-residential use. So for limited capacity that I'd add, I'd rather see a pollinator-friendly ground cover instead of turf grass. It gives off the appearance of it. You only mow it once a month if you even need to. So I'd like that as a replacement as opposed to turf grass.
Very good. Commissioners, any discussion or questions?
Commissioners, if I could just ask for a clarification.
Yeah.
I just want to be sure that the intent is that where there's a required yard in these districts, that turf grass essentially will not be an option, that sod won't be an option.
I guess I'm open for discussion on this one. I kind of see this as the version. If it was residential, I might hesitate because people have other uses for their yard, but largely in non-residential, it tends to be something that people look at but never actively do anything on. So from that standpoint, I see this being a worthy replacement for turf grass. But if another commissioner has a compelling reason why we should still allow turf grass, or even just a maximum percentage or something, I'm open to that as well.
Commissioner Meyer.
Yeah, I support this as Commissioner Livekey-Peer has written, as not allowing just plain turf grass, but requiring at least some level of pollinator friendliness. So I think we should keep it as it is.
Commissioners, any further comments? I suppose there's Jason. Jason's point was that we are likely, or sorry, we have a commissioner asking in the chat. If Jason could repeat what he said. Jason, you can hop in, or the clarification is basically that turf grass would not be allowed in residential and office districts for non-residential uses.
That is correct. So that will apply to school board properties, park board properties. We're looking forward to no turf grass on those properties.
See, no, this is a helpful discussion because I think the moment you mentioned things like school properties, that is a different thing. So I guess I would say should be covered. How do we encourage pollinator-friendly ground cover where at all possible, but allow for turf grass where it just realistically, given the activity on the site, would be required or nice to have? The question for staff.
Commissioner Meyer.
Well, staff can answer her question first if they want. But.
All right. Sorry. I don't know. Does staff have a thought on this?
Well,
I mean, it strikes me as. Go ahead, Jason.
You could keep the turf grass as an option, but include a sentence after that sentence that encourages other alternatives. That would be one option.
One could also, I think, allow turf grasses for yards designated for active uses. You get a little bit into definition soup there, but I think the intent of thinking about school board, park board properties is, if it's, you're listening to you, Commissioner Lippy here, it sounds like your intent is to target kind of aesthetic landscaping.
Yeah, commercial, retail, business, all that kind of more, where the grass is there because someone wants to just look at it more than do anything on it. But I think your active uses provision, is that a big enough loophole for staff or ability for staff then to moderate this, or is it better left,
I mean, I would see it being written up as something like what you have written here: required yards for non-residential use should be covered with pollinator-friendly ground cover, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Except where active uses, except for yards planned for active uses, or planned for, or where active uses are anticipated. I don't know.
Then turf grass would be allowed. Mm-hmm.
Right. Right. So I guess you'd say, however, turf grass. That's okay.
Chair Rockwell.
Nothing like it. Yeah.
I mean, I would just say that pollinator-friendly ground cover is such a low bar to meet, and it's compatible with active uses. I mean, I interpret that to mean basically, at least if you interpret it as the way that the park board did in our master plans, it basically means you have to have some clover. You can't have just a monoculture of Kentucky bluegrass. You have to have some pollinator-friendly things, and we have fields that we have converted to be more pollinator-friendly, and that's compatible with active use. This is compatible certainly with what the park board plans have called for, and from what I know about the actions that the school board has taken, I think it's compatible with those as well. So I think we should keep the amendment as Commissioner Luke-Pierre has presented it. And I don't think we've had a motion yet, so I'll go ahead and move to amend 552.810 to include to remove the phrase turf grass and substitute pollinator-friendly ground cover.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I believe Commissioner Marwa has a comment.
Yeah, I know. I see that, but we've got a motion from Commissioner Meyer. I want to see if we have a second before moving on to next comment here.
I can't second it, sorry.
That's all right.
Can I
table the motion for a moment
comment?
just so we get some more clarification. Commissioner Marwa.
Yeah, I just spent 2 weeks in Texas where there is a lot of turf grass, and I mean, honestly, there is, like, I did yoga outdoors on turf grass. Like, kids play soccer next to a small business on turf grass. Like, I don't have a problem with it. It's so much nicer to have turf grass, especially given how difficult our climate can be. Texas has obviously a very difficult climate too, and that people are actively using it. I think that's more important to me, that there is some kind of green space that people are using. So for me, turf grass is not, it is fine. I did an outdoor yoga class almost every day on turf grass. So and it was used. So I think that's important. So I do not mind turf grass for many reasons, for those reasons. Anyway.
Very good. Any further questions? Or do we have a second? Yeah, Commissioner Lippy-Pierre.
Yeah, so I just wanted to address that a little bit because in Minnesota, because of our seasons, our turf grass doesn't establish the same root structure as a more drought tolerant turf grass would down in Texas. So our turf grass tends to have a root structure that's just mere inches below the surface, so it doesn't, it isn't as resilient as more native species or like a pollinator-friendly ground cover. I know the University of Minnesota has done some really cutting-edge research in terms of, especially our local pollinator, the rusty-patched bumblebee, and they've actually come up with like a really resilient, durable mix that's really hardy and provides like not year round, but spring to fall pollination opportunities. So I think that it there's a difference in areas where there's inactive uses. At the same time, I also know that when discussing this with the university, some people from the university, one thing that was brought up was that, if it's a yard where children are going to be running around and possibly barefoot, you probably don't want it over everything. So that's why I couldn't support the motion as much as I wanted to, because I kept thinking about those opportunities for parks and especially for schools where children are running and they're laying in the grass and they're rolling down hills and doing all the things that make me feel really allergic right now. And so that would be, I think that the compromise that was proposed by Chair Rockwell related to, I don't see any reason why businesses shouldn't be required to just do pulmonary fern. But then if let's say they're doing an outdoor yoga class, maybe that would be a reason for them to advocate for turf grass at that location or in a designated area. So I think that allows staff the flexibility to show discretion where it's important and needed, while still helping meet our climate change goals. So I guess I would support the motion to edit it as proposed, which is getting rid of turf grass, adding the pollinator friendly ground cover, finishing the sentence, and then saying turf grass may be allowed in areas dedicated to active uses, or some such thing that would allow staff the flexibility to administer that appropriately.
Commissioner Caprini, and then we still have an unseconded motion on the table here.
Okay, so I just want to say, all of this, I feel like we are eliminating jobs. A lot of the things that I'm listening to tonight, I just feel like we are eliminating what people have been doing for forever, and it doesn't. What upsets me, not really upsets me, but what concerns me is, we can do a lot of this climate work and be successful at it without eliminating what people have been doing for decades to make a living. Very small story. I am the, well, I won't tell you that part. I had a conversation with a finance officer who told me that there was a company that was trying to get a contract with this particular organization, and they kept coming back and saying, well, we can't find any businesses of color. We can't find any business of color, which was part of the makeup of this particular, what do they call that thing? RFP. And when it came down to it, that this particular organization was like putting their foot down and saying, no, we're not going to do business with you. Lo and behold, within 30 minutes, there was a phone call. They found someone. And I tell you this because I just feel like the idea that, and again, I'm still learning, the idea that we wouldn't use grass, or let me put my glasses on to read this, pollinator friendly ground cover, native grasses or other perennial flowers and plants and vines and shrubs. It just makes me go, wow, what direction are we really moving towards? I mean, I want climate change. I want to see our climate be controlled and prosper for my grandchildren if my children decide to have children. But I don't know. I just, yeah, that's it.
Commissioner Lafitte here.
Yeah, I had a question for Commissioner Caprini, because I'm not quite sure how to interpret that. So part of me is like, are you saying that it's supporting of this because you're employing more landscaping companies who can tend to these pollinator ground covers and do all these nice planting beds of perennial plants and shrubs and trees and stuff? Or are you saying you don't support it because you want people with lawnmowers to? I'm confused.
Okay, and so I'm glad you say that, because that's where I guess I'm confused. Is the idea that I'm going to do yoga on turf, wherever that may be, I would rather not. I'm Texas, Minnesota. It's a very different climate. So, perhaps I got lost somewhere in the abyss of the conversation in regards to this particular amendment, or yeah. And I'm just, maybe that's the case. But at the end of the day, if you'd like to give me a little bit more information give me a little bit of information to go on so that I can either abstain from this or make a sound decision, because I'm still a little confused with the turf conversation.
Chair Rockwell, did you want to figure out where to go from here? Or?
Yeah, I think just to clarify what we're talking about here, and then let's circle back to motions. We're only talking about here what can be planted on the lawn of the yard of places in residential or office residence districts that are not residential. So, so what can people plant in the yards? And there are a lot of schools, libraries, parks in districts, in residential and OR districts. And so we want to make sure that whatever we are saying here works both for those kind of active community places and also create something maybe above, if I'm interpreting Commissioner Pierre's intent, something a little bit above the kind of standard toss the sod down, call it a day in front of like a small office entity in these districts. To say, you know, we can do a little bit better here, so do a little bit better here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so it's just kind of what can the lawn, what are the plants that can be on the lawn, and I think the discussion here has been about trying to make sure that we're, you know, if there's an intent of trying to create some greater environmental benefits, because there aren't very many with turf grass, but also wanting to make sure that we can have all the active uses and kids running around and so forth that we do have in our parks, in school yards and so forth. And this does not apply, just to clarify, this does not apply to residential yards. These are non-residential uses in these districts. Okay, so unless I hear a second for Commissioner Meyer's motion, which we tabled to kind of clarify what exactly we're talking about, that motion fails. I hear no second. That motion fails. Would somebody like to make an alternate motion? Commissioner Lipke here, it sounded like you had one to put forward.
Just kind of like we've done in the past.
I don't know who's talking.
I don't know. Somebody's unmuted. But go for it.
Okay, so I'm gonna move that we adopt the changes to 552.810 as shown, with the addition after the words edible landscaping that says turf grass shall be allowed in areas where active use is being demonstrated.
Very good. Commissioner Olson.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further questions or clarifications? And for folks on the line who are not speaking, please mute your line. All right, clerk, please call the roll.
Caprini.
Aye.
Lipke Pierre.
Aye.
Marwa.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Schrader.
Aye.
Sweezy.
Aye.
7-0.
All right.
Last one.
Last one, Commissioner Lipke Pierre, that motion carries.
Thank you. My last amendment that I'd like to offer tonight is to section 552.920, maximum impervious surface coverage. The condition is, well, it would make a couple minor changes. One is to the word exception. It would just add an S because we're adding a second thing. And if we can scroll to the second page, then it would alter these numbers and then add the second condition that maximum impervious surface coverage may be increased by up to 15%, subject to review by city engineer, if water infiltration methods are integrated into the site that account for twice the potential loss of stormwater infiltration introduced by exceeding the maximum impervious surface percentage. So what that means is if an applicant is proposing to exceed their maximum impervious surface coverage, if they are proposing to use a different infiltration method that would capture the stormwater on site, that we could allow up to 15% increase, provided that they were really providing the equivalent of 30% increase of they're capturing that much, twice as much as they're gaining on site. So pretty much it gives it a 0.5 benefit for up to 15%, if that makes sense. I know other municipalities where I've had impervious coverage variances, that's been a really popular way that they've addressed it, and I found it to be really helpful for allowing property owners to have flexibility in how they develop a site to actually have usable space and still keep stormwater retained.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Lipke-Pierre. Are there any questions or clarifications? All right, I will take Commissioner Lipke-Pierre's explanation there and going through the language as a motion. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Caprini.
Aye.
Lipke-Pierre.
Aye.
Marwa.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Schrader.
Aye.
Sweezy.
Aye.
7-0.
All right, that motion carries. That concludes Commissioner Lipke-Pierre's amendments. Commissioner Meyer, are you comfortable?
Yeah, sure.
Going next.
Yep.
We'll move on to Commissioner Meyer's amendments here.
Staff, can you put on the minimum lots? Oh, there we go. Okay. So I'll make the motion, or what? Well, no, first I'll describe it and then make a motion later after discussion. So the first one is for the minimum lot size requirement. In committee of the whole, I proposed eliminating the minimum lot size requirement altogether. There were some concerns brought up with that, so instead I'm proposing to amend the minimum lot size for residential uses in all built form districts to 3,000 square feet, and to eliminate the large lot size provision. So right now in the status quo, in some parts of the city, you can have minimum lot size requirements up to 9,000 square feet. And oftentimes it's some of the most expensive land in the city that you need to have in order to get that. And that was, very intentionally exclusionary. So I think at a minimum, what we should standardize the minimum lot size requirement to apply uniformly throughout the whole city and not have a higher minimum lot size in the mansion districts, like in Kenwood or other places. And then, we heard from commenters tonight, various different levels that it could be set at and still allow some of the things that have already been built if they were to be proposed today. There was a proposal at 4,000 square feet. There was one at 3,500. I'm proposing 3,000 square feet so that we can accept any of those proposals if they were to be offered. And so that the type of lot split that the council rejected in Linden Hills a few weeks ago could be accepted by policy. I mean, the council didn't find that there was an adequate practical difficulty, but they didn't say that it was like a bad policy to have an additional lot there. So, and then part B of that would correspond to it. So, the minimum lot width, I would propose to bring down to 32 feet. And that was just based on the 3,000 square feet number. It matches that. It would not change the part retaining the subdivision provisions that are required when there's an alley, or sorry, when there's not an alley. So I think that would add like 10 feet or something like that when there's not alley access, but it would be a 32-foot minimum lot width when there is access. Yeah, so to get things started, I'll make the motion to amend lot dimensions to amend the minimum lot size for residential uses in all built form districts to 3,000 square feet and eliminate the large lot size provision, and to amend the minimum lot width for residential uses in all built form districts to 32 feet, retaining subdivision provisions that increase the required lot width in locations lacking alley access.
Very good. Do we have a second? I see we have a question for staff, but see if we have a second first. Commissioner Olson.
Second.
Very good. We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Schrader.
Thank you, Chair Rockwell. Just had a question for staff, if they could put a little context, because we did hear different numbers than Commissioner Myers from the 3,000. We also heard 4,000 and some in between. If they could be helpful for staff to really put some context of what we're deciding, what options are available or not available, what we're preventing by setting a certain amount.
Well, commissioners, I guess this is there's not extremely specific guidance about this issue in Minneapolis 2040, and I guess from staff's perspective, when Minneapolis 2040 spelled out the ways in which exclusionary zoning would be tackled, there were specific strategies to that. So to us, it's somewhat telling that minimum lot sizes were not listed in Minneapolis 2040 as one of those things that would be either eliminated or substantially reduced. 3,000 square feet, that's a pretty substantial reduction, of course, from 5,000. I think if the commission is looking to do something slightly less drastic, staff would feel a little bit better about 4,000, 4,500. 3,000 square feet is a quite small lot, and I just want to reiterate the discussion that we had in committee that for existing 3,000 square foot lots, for example, that existed when these regulations were adopted, one can build a single family home, duplex or triplex on those lots as long as you meet other standards of the ordinance. But this is a pretty significant change that's proposed, and I'm needless to say, staff is curious which way the commission will go on this.
Very good. Commissioner Lucier.
Yeah, hi. So I'm gonna not support this, and I'll articulate why again. As a practicing architect, this is actually I feel like I've been reading about this, and I feel like the callers and everyone who's promoting it has really good intentions, but I don't think they realize that they're actually creating something that will come back to actually undermine the goals of what they're promoting. I assume what they want is for people to be allowed to build on smaller lots and actually have maybe the opportunity to create a duplex or add on or improve a property rather than leaving it vacant. So as the staff, Commissioner Jason Wittenberg said, currently all these, I'm going to call them substandard lot sizes that are currently established are ones you can build on already. So this doesn't infect them in any way. In fact, I would say this actually helps them, because right now, if there was a lot that was currently 3,000 square feet, it's unbuildable if we were splitting a lot to be that, but currently if it exists, it's buildable. But because there's a minimum, it allows you to qualify for variances that you otherwise could not. So right now, if you had a 3,000 square foot lot with a maximum FAR of a maximum lot coverage of 45%, you're looking at 1,350 square feet. Okay, so when we talk about providing housing that's appropriate for families, well, that totally precludes any sort of duplex opportunity unless you just wanted 2 efficiency units, really. I think we need to look at what we're creating here. Right now, with the way that we are as a quasi-judicial body, we have requirements, legal findings we have to make in order to grant a variance to things like side yard setbacks, rear yard setbacks, front yard setbacks, lot coverage, FAR, all these things are things that we have to have legal findings for. And one of the legal findings that right now we can allow people to build on these lots with is the fact that they have a practical difficulty of not meeting the minimum lot size. They, in their existing state of being at 3,000 square feet, don't meet the current requirement of 5,000 to 6,000 square feet. Therefore, because that practical difficulty exists tied to the land, not created by the applicant themselves, Usually, bodies such as ours or the Board of Adjustment are able to grant those variances and allow construction on those sites. If, on the other hand, we grant this motion and we now say that anything over 3,000 square foot is a buildable lot, you will no longer be able to vary setbacks, FAR, height, lot coverage, impervious surface coverage, all these things that you would actually need to make a quality living environment. Now, you might say that, you know, I would say it's not that you can't have a quality small home, but I think the intent was to create diversity of housing choice and type, and this would actually preclude that. Nothing about the way we have now would preclude someone from building a tiny house on here or building a slightly larger house that might need a lot coverage variance or some side yard setback variances or who knows what. But the fact is we are completely removing the legal mechanism that those people would need, which really applies to over 10,000 lots that are currently undersized in the city of Minneapolis. So we're pretty much taking the rights away from 10,000 some lots, probably actually closer to 15,000. Also, a few people with larger pieces of land can subdivide it into 3,000 square foot parcels. I don't see how we're benefiting the few over the many is a good policy decision, either for just this board and city in general or for affordable housing. I'd rather see us invest our time and energy in supporting the development of the vacant lots we currently have, which can be built on as policy currently is, and not undermine it. As someone who has to use this when I have clients who go before the boards, both nonprofit and just everyday clients, I would say this is a tool that you'd be taking away. And so you'd actually be making more lots unbuildable because the cost to build a home, whether big or small, a lot of the costs are the same because the expensive rooms are the ones that every house has. So I'm just going to throw it out there. I won't be supporting it because I think it actually undermines the goal. And I will also won't be supporting the minimum a lot width for that same reason. I think we need to have that tool to push up against for our legally required findings as a quasi judicial body. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lipke. Commissioner Sweezy.
Thank you, President Rockwell. I won't be supporting this amendment either. I'm appreciative of Commissioner Lupke-Pierce's significant subject matter expertise when it comes to this, and I'll add that to why my first instinct not to support it relates more to Mr. Wittenberg's comments, which I find very persuasive, that this was, you know, what we're doing here tonight is not reopening the comp plan. What we're supposed to do is get the zoning code in line with the comp plan, and the fact that I don't know how many hundreds of hours went into these discussions when it came to the comp plan, and Mr. Wittenberg is exactly right that we didn't discuss changing the minimum lot size as part of those discussions, nor did the council do it when it adopted the 2040 plan. I agree that this is a big departure from what is in the comp plan and what staff was working on as an expectation as it prepared the discussion that we're having tonight and those changes. So this is just outside of, very clearly to me, outside of scope, just sort of on its face. And second of all, I'm very persuaded by what Commissioner Lupke-Pierce said and Mr. Wittenberg said for other reasons not to support this amendment.
Thank you, Commissioner Sweezy. Commissioner Caprini.
Thank you. So, I have a lot of concerns. I mean, I was really excited about the 2040. I supported it. One of the biggest things about the 2040 plan that I was super excited about was the opportunity to diversify this whole city instead of just portions of it. And also the opportunity for families that aren't normally used to living amongst one another to live amongst one another. Because I firmly believe that a lot of the issues and problems that we deal with as a city, as a state, as a country, is because we have continued to push and push and push and push one another away from each other and live in some sense of a Hunger Games setting, which is what I think we're heading towards. Because as far as I'm concerned, I would consider the work that I've seen, which I appreciate from staff and I appreciate from my colleagues on the commission, the information that I'm receiving, the developers that are coming here as just building this mini Manhattan, which eliminates opportunities for families to actually continue to cultivate a place to live in a city that should be about families. So I'm kind of curious, are we working towards a time where people aren't actually having kids? Because, or are we working towards a time where they aren't living in the city? Because I'm not down for that, because at the end of the day, we have schools that are in the city. Minneapolis Public Schools has struggled to diversify, integrate our schools. We have spent millions and millions of dollars transporting children all over the place when we could actually use those dollars for programming, for after-school activities, you know, to support families before school, you know, and you know, we have these centralized magnets that we are that we will be implementing in this comprehensive district design that we just passed, which I do believe is a good idea. And the idea that we cannot, we don't have enough housing in some of these areas where families would be privy to choose those magnets because they are within close proximity. They may not necessarily need transportation. I just keep feeling like every week that I come to this meeting, I just see us combating what we're trying to actually solve, you know, and it's frustrating. So I guess I'm supporting this amendment simply because I believe that it's not all about density. You know, COVID-19 has shown us that we don't need to be up underneath each other for the next 10, 12 years. What in my opinion, what I'd like to see happen is some of these developers get some incentives to actually create some duplexes, fourplexes, sixplexes, eightplexes, whatever have you, in some of these areas where families can actually utilize the amenities that are around it. I don't know, I'm sorry I'm so passionate about this, but as much as I love being on this commission, and I'm recognizing that the redlining that we are attempting to eliminate, we are literally hovering over, perpetuating it to some degree, and it's very discerning to me, and that's all I have to say to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Caprini. Commissioner Meyer.
Yeah, okay, so responding to some of the things that have been said, first of all, this is very much in our purview. I mean, this was, you know, the minimum lot size requirements were proposed originally by staff. That's part of the built form, and you know, this amendment is a revision to what staff proposed. The 2040 plan, as I recall, didn't talk much about, you know, turf or pollinator-friendly plants or any number of other minor details that are part of the built form, but it's our job to, you know, implement those details today, and this is very much part of that. And the 2040 plan, on a bigger picture level, was very focused on undoing the racist redlining history of the city, and minimum lot size requirements are one of the biggest parts of that. The minimum lot size requirements are much bigger on the outskirts of the city with, you know, wealthier white homeowners, and much lower in the interior of the city. That's responding to Commissioner Sweezy. To Commissioner Lupke-Pierre, I'm still, so I feel like I at least understand what you're saying now with the variances, but it just seems like a bad reason for us to keep a minimum lot size requirement, because it enables us to make exceptions to other rules that we have. Like if we want to change those other rules, then it seems to me like we should just change them instead of this roundabout way of keeping minimum lot size requirements in order to preserve that ability to find practical difficulties. So if there's something that this is making more practically, or this is removing our ability to find practical difficulties for, then we should revisit those things and let people by right make those changes when those circumstances arise. And then, to what Commissioner Carpini said, I definitely want to encourage more kids, more family housing in our city, and that'll be an amendment that I'll discuss later. I think this minimum lot size amendment doesn't really affect that one or the way or the other, as far as I can see. What this mainly does is allow for smaller lot sizes, especially like in the mansion district. So I think I'd like to have a vote on the amendment as I proposed it. If it fails, then I would suggest an alternative amendment, perhaps at a different level of square feet. Could be 4,000 or 4,500. I mean, I would argue for the lower number. I would have argued for 0, but I will accept whatever compromise we can get on that. But I think one of the most important things that I would really encourage commissioners on is to at least make it standard. Don't have a higher minimum lot size requirement for the wealthier neighborhoods of the city. And that's all my comments.
Commissioner Lipke.
Yeah, I just have to point out, if I thought at all that this would help with housing affordability, I could maybe support it, but I haven't seen that demonstrated in any capacity, and I literally work with this all the time in my professional capacity. I don't see how this actually translates to that at all, but I do see how it actually would hurt the ability of working families to improve their lot in their house. If they currently have a lot that is substandard in size compared to wherever else in the city, you are essentially shackling them to not being able to legally make additions or to duplex it or add a vestibule or add a room for grandma moving in or add a home office, because we won't have the legal mechanism. And I know you're saying that we should just change those other rules then, but we can't, because those are consistent with other parts of the comp plan that call for us to be cognizant of our water infiltration and sustainability goals for the city. So we can't just say that smaller lot sizes don't have to adhere to maximum lot coverage or impervious surface coverage or setback requirements, which, by the way, is a building code issue as well. I mean, there's all these other layers where literally everything you want to have accomplished in terms of building on smaller lots can happen today. Right now, everything is allowed. A 3,000 square foot lot in the city. I have a client right now with one that's under 2,400 square foot. Because this exists, he's allowed to make changes. And that's a powerful thing for somebody living in an existing house. If we change this, the only thing it benefits at all is for somebody who wants to subdivide a larger lot. And quite frankly, we don't, to my understanding, I don't know exactly what the boundaries of this mansion district are, but they're subject probably to the same zoning code lot sizes as everywhere else in the city. And if we're going to be promoting tear downs, which sounds like this is what's going to have to happen, and I'm assuming you're talking about the older, more historic districts, I'm sorry, the most sustainable structure out there is one that already exists. So we were talking about tear downs, landfills, destroying the embodied energy of a house. Also, a few developers can make money dividing a bigger lot into smaller ones and selling it for, I'm going to tell you, not an affordable housing project. So I have to say, I don't like that this is dressing itself in any sort of equity robe. I don't like that it is claiming that this is going to help affordability at all, because I don't see it, because every example of how it could be benefiting somebody in an affordable housing situation currently exists now. We have almost 15,000 smaller lots now that can be built on right now or can be added on to right now because we haven't shackled them by removing this. The moment we approve this amendment, those homeowners will not have that option anymore. And it's not so much about removing other rules, because this is complex. I'm sorry. It's development and zoning and buildings are complex, which is why you have to have licensed people usually design them, because they're not simple. Okay, there's a lot that goes into it. So it's not as simple as get rid of all the regulations. It's saying, how do we realize that these are tools and things that play off each other and influence each other? And the reason we have variances is because we know that for every rule we make, there's going to be exceptions that need to be made. And what are the conditions we allow those exceptions under? They're limited and we're required to make certain findings. That way we aren't arbitrary and capricious, and we don't start discriminating against people. We have to make our decisions based only on the findings. It's actually a way to try and keep things fair as much as we possibly can in this democracy. So I cannot fathom any version of this that I would support, because I can think of people, neighbors that I know, that it would actually end up subverting. And I mean this with all my heart. I think that the intention is good. I don't think that it's being proposed by anybody for anything to try and harm people. I don't think it's just supposed to be a developer tool, but I really resent that it's being sold as this affordable housing savior that'll help real families, when in reality, the real families that have these lots already, you're going to be stripping them of their rights to further develop them on their own for their own families. And I think that's just wrong, and it goes against the goals of the comp plan. So I cannot support it. I will not support it in any capacity.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's keep here. Yeah, and just, I think to clarify, there's sort of a lot that's been said on the technical side of this. I think the issue is, that if I could summarize, Commissioner Lipke here, that FAR, for example, is tied to lot size, and so if you have a smaller lot, the FAR will be smaller, and of course, lot coverage is tied to lot size because it's a percentage of the lot, and so if you have a smaller lot, then you'll be able to build on less of that lot, impervious surfaces and so forth. And then in general, we have as a constant, regardless of lot size, a variety of setbacks. So you need a 5-foot setback on a 5,000 square foot lot, and you also need a 5-foot setback on, or 10-foot or whatever, on a smaller lot. And so so without amending some of those other elements, this potentially puts a squeeze on, or alternately, this creates potential for more lots with with smaller buildings that kind of fit into these kinds of lots on the other side of this. But I think I just wanted to clarify, we're talking about a lot of things, and I think ultimately it kind of comes down to those other elements, like lot size, like FAR and lot coverage and setbacks, and how those intersect with lot size. And that the basis for a variance is saying that this is the standard, in this case, right now, 5,000 square feet, and you should be able to build something comparable to the standard, rather than be stuck with your current FAR. So if that's not a fair summary, speak up, but I'm just trying to clarify for everybody, including the listeners here. Yeah. Okay, we have a motion and a second on Commissioner Myers' motion number 1 around lot dimensions. Is there any further discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Caprini?
Aye.
Lipke-Peer?
No.
Marwa?
No.
Meyer?
Aye.
Olson?
Aye.
Schrader?
No.
Sweezy?
No.
So we have 3 yeses and 4 nos.
All right, that motion fails. Commissioner Meyer.
Yeah, so I would move to amend the minimum lot size for residential uses in all built form districts to 5,000 square feet, and to eliminate the lot size provision.
Very good. So understanding that there is a large lot size provision, and that and that there's also some variation in the minimum lot sizes between 5,000 and 6,000 square feet in different districts. So standardizing that to 5,000 square feet. Is that correct, Commissioner Meyer?
Yeah, and I guess would that 5,000 is currently the minimum lot size, right? First, that's a question for staff.
That's my understanding, but
I can confirm, yes, that for uses that have minimum lot sizes, 5,000 is I believe, the smallest lot size minimum.
Okay, so I'm proposing to leave staff recommendation on that, but eliminate the large lot size provision, and I don't know, Jason, if you can explain what the large lot size provision is and how that works, because there's not a boundary to the mansion district that Commissioner described, but when other lots around you are really large, then yours has to be large too, is how I understand that. Can you clarify that for us?
Certainly. It is somewhat complicated, but in the land subdivision regulations, when a lot is proposed to be subdivided, staff needs to take a look at lots within 350 feet. And if it looks like it's potentially in a large lot area, they will then have to do a calculation. And if the average lot size within 350 feet is more than 50% or more larger than the zoning district minimum lot size, then that average becomes the minimum lot size for that property that's proposed to be subdivided. And I think when Commissioner Meyer and I had a discussion about this earlier today, I threw out an example of, so you could have a 9,000 square foot minimum lot size, for example. Just to be clear, that wasn't sort of meant to be that we can have up to that. There might be areas that have a 12,000 or 14,000 square foot minimum lot size because the average along one of the lakes, for example, is that large. As Commissioner Meyer alludes to, most of the areas where the large lot provision applies are indeed along the lakes, along the creek, and along the river.
Right. Okay, so so your proposal was 5,000 square feet. So would it simplify my motion if I just said that I move to eliminate the large lot size provision? Would it have the same effect?
That would the motion to completely go to 5,000 square foot lots. The biggest red flag, I guess, that raises for me is the specific comp plan language in Interior 2 that references that 4 units and above are allowed on larger lots. So if you were to change your motion to just getting rid of the large lot provision in the land subdivision regulations, then we would still retain that 7,500 square foot standard in Interior 2. Otherwise, if you're looking at a 5,000 square foot lot, I guess the question becomes, is that really a larger lot?
Okay. So I'd like to just move to eliminate that provision that we're talking about. That means that you have to have a larger lot size if your neighbors have a larger lot size. I'm not at this time taking on the 7,500 one for Interior 2. So, so scratch my previous motion, and I'd just like to move to eliminate the large lot size provision. That.
All right, very good. Yeah, I think that's clear, Commissioner Meyer. Do we have a second on that motion? Commissioner Olson.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Commissioner Meyer.
Yeah, you know, I've explained the rationale for this, but I just wanted to add to it, you know, about whether or not it increases affordability. I mean, I just want to reiterate the letter that was sent to us, signed by Aon, Align Minneapolis, the Alliance, City of Lakes, Community Land Trust, the Metropolitan Consortium of Community Developers, Minnesota Housing Partnership, Neighbors for Neighbors, the Sierra Club North Star Chapter, Twin Cities Habitat for Humanity, Urban Homeworks, and Unidos por Justicia. So like a lot of people signed on to that letter, you know, arguing that this would increase affordability. You know, I'm disappointed that the original motion didn't pass, but I think at the least we should at least standardize the minimum lot size requirement so that it applies fairly throughout the city, and so that we don't retain the exclusionary high levels of minimum lot size requirement in wealthier areas.
Commissioner Lipke.
Yeah, I just wanted to just briefly address the letter in question because I think we all read it in our packets, and I think it was factually misleading in how it misstated that the how many lots would be are unbuildable, which we just established and has long been established in the zoning ordinance that they are currently buildable. So I think it was a little misleading, and I think that's unfortunate. And I don't know how much lead time they had to review it or understand the complexities of zoning. I think this is case in point where we have commissioners that are still struggling to understand practical difficulties and how that applies to variances. So I can't imagine that the average layperson might understand that through a letter. If you say something causes affordability, everyone's on board for that. So I guess I would say I read the letter. I think some parts of it were nice, which as you saw, we adjusted the FAR, but other parts of it, I didn't actually think were factually accurate.
All right, Commissioner Crane.
Let's see here. Oops, turn it on. Can you hear me? Oh.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So I wanted to say thank you, Commissioner Meyer, for your comments and bringing up the organizations that wrote the letter. That was a tipping point for me in regards to what direction I was taking in my passion and advocacy for the work. And then I also want to say thank you to Commissioner, I'm not going to say your name right, Luke Pierre. I try every single time.
Everyone gets it wrong.
Repeat it so I can say it correctly. One of the things that you just said is folks not having a clear understanding of the ins and outs of this kind of work, and I relate that to the work that I do. And I have not decided on how I'm going to vote on this new amendment just yet, but your words resonate with me in the work that I do, and seeing my work from a different perspective than I did before I got on the board, and just being able to grasp the all of the regulations, rules, barriers, and everything that goes into running what now I have dubbed MPS as running a little country in regards to what we're dealing with in this pandemic. So I just wanted to say thank you to both of you for your comments, because it kind of enlightened my comments earlier for myself, and also pointed me in a direction where perhaps I need to have conversations with staff, if that's possible, about some of the things that I'm a little confused about or need more a deeper knowledge of, because like I said the other at our last meeting, just reading the stuff is one thing, but I'm a visual person. And then the last thing I wanted to say is I'm not sure if because I got through our emails, I'm not sure if what was presented originally in the beginning of our meeting was actually something that we were actually able to see. I don't think I received that in the packet, or maybe I overlooked it. But and so I guess I want to ask Jason, was that something that we were sent? And then because I like to look at what I'm reading, not just in words, but also with the the presentation part of things. So was that something we were sent? And then that's all I have to say.
I just want to make sure I understand the question.
You also have a comment.
So let me just, I'll rephrase it. The presentation that the three of you presented earlier when we first started the meeting, was that something that was in our packet? Because I don't recall seeing it. And if not, then those are the things that I would like to be able to, you know, look at and then also read along with it. I need both. And so if I overlooked it and didn't catch it, because it's been a really busy 11 months, and then, but most importantly, a really busy 2 weeks for me, and that's nobody's problem but my own. So if I fell off the rails, that's my fault. So was that a presentation that was sent to us?
Commissioner, the specific PowerPoint was not included in your packets. Of course, the tables within that PowerPoint are part of the regulations that were sent to you, but the PowerPoint itself was not included.
Okay, so is that something that can happen in the future? I mean, or is that against the rules?
It could be a practice to share our presentations as part of the packet. I believe I might have to defer. I don't know if Kimberly is still here. I don't know that I want to.
Well, can I just say this? The reason why I ask is because when you're presenting, I think it's great and it's wonderful to be able to look at the presentation. But it's the way that I take information in. I'm trying to read what you're saying because I believe you're reading from what I'm looking at, and that's not the case. And I need to see it first and be able to digest it so that when you're presenting it, and I know you're not reading it verbatim, that I'm able to know exactly where you're at and what you're doing. And maybe that's not how everybody else's brain works, but I'm going to be honest, that's how mine works. And if it's something that can happen in the future, that would be fantastic. And again, like I said last week or the week before, I may not be the next commissioner on this commission. I hope to be, but I'm trying to navigate this in a way where it makes it a lot more conducive and comfortable for folks that are moving into this position so that they are able to catch up to speed sooner. So there's less fear about asking a question and an opportunity to respond to what you're presenting more articulately. So I'm just trying to learn and make sure that anyone after me moves into it with stronger legs than I did. That's all.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Prini. And we can take this, into a committee of the whole or in just a direct discussion with staff as well to figure out what practices work best here. Jason, did you have other comments that you wanted to address?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Rockwell. I just wanted to, this might back us up a step or two, but it occurred to me that when I was responding to a question from Commissioner Meyer, I want to be clear of his intent when he talked about potentially reducing all minimum lot areas to 5,000 square feet. If what your intent was that you change our current 6,000 square foot lot size minimums to 5,000, I may not have been picking up on that piece. I think I accurately responded to your question that yes, 5,000 square feet is the smallest minimum lot size that we have. But if your intent was that we drop the 6,000s down to 5,000, I maybe wasn't completely picking up on that nuance.
Okay, my intent was to get rid of the part where the 350 feet around your property makes it higher than it is in the rest of the city. And I was interpreting that to be the large lot size provision. Does the large, so, I mean, my goal is, go ahead.
There's two things that Jason, there are two separate things that I think so you're talking about the large lot size provision, and Jason is bringing up the fact that in certain residential districts, there are 5,000 square foot lot sizes as the standard. and in other residential districts, there are 6,000 square foot lot sizes as the.
Oh, okay.
So there's two different things here. So there's one is what is your like baseline standard, has nothing to do with what's immediately around you. There's 5,000 ones and there's 6,000 ones. And then a separate issue, there's what's around you and how does that change what otherwise would be on the paper.
Thank you. Well stated.
That's not accurate. Okay. Sounds like it is. So there's two different things, and I want to make sure that the motion that you're bringing forward here is addressing what you want to address. And so there's the 5,000, 6,000, two different types of residential districts, and then there's the large lot provision, which is about the surrounding area. You may want to address both. You may only want to address one.
Okay, so I don't want to I was trying to avoid interfering with the Interior 2 issue that you brought up, Jason, with the 7,500 square feet. Were it not for that, I would just propose to change item A as written to 5,000 instead of 3,000 and see if that passes, because it's more or less, close to staff recommendation, except for those exceptions that we talked about. So can you just review what the 7,500 square feet for Interior 2 was?
Certainly. And I'll just state that if you chose to, you could include in your motion that all proposed 6,000 square foot minimums become 5,000 square foot minimums, which would avoid that other issue, which is that in Interior 2, Minneapolis 2040 says that for 4 units or above, those uses are allowed only on larger lots.
Okay, so I would certainly do that. Can you help me out by repeating what that would be?
Sure.
Repeating the whole motion.
Motion to amend minimum lot dimensions to make all proposed 6,000 square foot lot size minimums 5,000 square foot lot size minimums. And then if you want it to be part of the same motion, to eliminate the large lot provision from the land subdivision regulations.
Okay. So I would like to alter my motion to what was just said, if the seconder will accept that as friendly.
This is Commissioner Olson. Yes, I accept that amendment.
All right. We have a motion and a second, and just to clarify what the motion was, Commissioner is asking for clarification. We have a motion to amend the minimum lot size for residential uses to reduce all 6,000 foot lot sizes to 5,000 square feet minimum lot sizes, and to eliminate the large lot size provision. Or something in similar words. That seems like.
Yep, you got it. That's right.
Very good. Any further discussion? All right, clerk, please call the roll.
Caprini?
Aye.
Lipke-Peer?
No.
Can't read my own writing. Oh, Marwa?
Aye.
Meyer?
Aye.
Olson?
Aye.
Schrader?
Aye.
Sweezy?
No.
5 yeses and 2 nos.
All right, that motion carries. Commissioner Meyer.
All right, so my next one is for the grocery store premium. So the way staff recommended things, the premiums are all the same. I feel that a couple of them should be larger premiums than others, and the first of two that I will propose is the grocery store premium. My idea here is that when you have a grocery store, that should kind of be the hub of a neighborhood, and we should particularly incentivize density there, both to incentivize more grocery stores being built and to create more customers nearby them to help make the grocery stores there more sustainable. So my motion would be to amend the floor area ratio and height premium awarded for incorporating a grocery store into a development to 2 times the standard premium award. So for the height right now, the standard premium is 1 floor, and this is only for corridors and for transit zones. And then the FAR depends on which level it's at. So this would basically double what the staff had proposed when a grocery store is included.
Good. Commissioner Lipke, you have a question.
I had 2 questions, one for Commissioner Meyer and one for staff. My question for Commissioner Meyer is if we can go through all of his premiums, just so we kind of get a, before we vote on the one, just so I can get a sense of what's being. And then my question for staff is related to premiums not being worth, changing what their values are and what they're worth. Is there at all a situation where a developer could then opt for the grocery store premium, and then because they only needed that to get the 2 times whatever that equates to be, they wouldn't need to also do an affordable housing, versus now where they might pick up 2 premiums to meet their goal?
Commissioner Lipke, that does sound like a plausible possibility where if someone were to normally require 2 premiums to get to a certain floor area, that they could instead opt for a single premium that's worth twice as much. That sounds like we'd be saying is a higher priority. Yes, that is a possibility.
Thank you.
Okay, so what Jason said is true, but the way that the way I intended to put this forward was that so right now you're limited in the lower quarters to two premiums. If you can't get more than 2, and for higher than that, you can get up to 3 premiums. And the way I'm proposing this, you would like these are larger premiums, so you still could only get, if you're like on Transit 10 or something, you can still only get 3 total, but this one is a larger one. So so if you the next one I'm proposing is to increase to have twice as much of a premium when it's deeply affordable at 30% of AMI. So if you wanted to have the grocery store and you wanted to have it deeply affordable and you had a 3rd premium, then that would be 2 + 2 + 1. So you could have 5 additional stories for Transit 10. You could only pick 2 premiums if you were at Corridor 3. So what Jason said is still correct, that if you had a certain number of floors that you wanted to get to, that a grocery store would get there with just 1 premium instead of 2. But if you choose the grocery store one, then you would get a higher one. That's what I was going for.
So what this allows for, just to I think to summarize, it does not change the number of premiums someone is eligible for, an applicant is eligible for. What it does do is amend how much FIR or height the applicant gets for a given premium in 2 instances. And that means that the total height or total FAR possible is actually higher than the existing maximum within the boundaries of other regulations limiting the maximum level of height, for example, in a district, and various setback provisions and so forth. Commissioner Lipke here.
Yeah, so real quick, can whoever's controlling the slideshow advance it one slide so we can see what he wrote for that premium? But then question for staff. So how does that interface in terms of the maximum heights that we set? Are we setting it up for a conflict in the zoning ordinance, or would this just automatically negate the maximum height? And like Commissioner Meyer said, allow, for example, a 5-story increase above the maximum height in some areas. I'm trying to just visualize the testimony that you all be hearing in the next few years.
Commissioner Lipke-Pierre, as I understand Commissioner Meyer's intent, this would not change the fact that in Corridor 6, you still cannot be granted more than 10 stories. You still would not be able to go above the next built form district. Similarly, in Transit 10, you would not be able to get a height that goes above 15 because the next level is Transit 15. It just would be, it would get you a bigger jump toward that next increment.
And then real quick follow-up question, what are the, in staff's perspective, because you guys have done the analysis and I have to admit I haven't done the math on this part recently, but what would you anticipate the average number of premiums that we might expect to see as a planning commission to be? Like, is it where most people are going to come for 2 premiums and so we'll get a grocery store, but we won't get affordable housing? Or do you see where this would actually incentivize more of that because it'll skew the weight? Or do you think that the construction type alone will or kind of enforce only the 2 premium thing being selected, or what? I'm not sure how to interpret it.
Well, Commissioner Lipke-Pierre, we have set the draft FAR limits, the base limits without premiums, at approximately the average development at the maximum height in each built form district. For example, in Transit Corridor 6, we've set the base FAR at approximately the average FAR that we see for 6-story buildings. So roughly half of the 6-story developments in Corridor 6, or maybe a higher percentage of the 7 through 9 or 10-story buildings in Corridor 6 are going to need some kind of premium. Some will need just one. Many will need just one. There will be others that do need 2 or 3. Of course, if 1 or 2 of the premiums is more valued, then maybe some will just need 2, whereas they would have needed 3 before. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Are there other questions?
I'll add to Commissioner Lipke-Pierre's original question. The reason that I was hoping that your amendments would go first, Chair Rockwell, is because you included in yours eliminating the Skyway premium and the enclosed parking one, which I had asked staff to include for mine, but they didn't write them up for mine because they had already done it for yours. So my intent here is to kind of redistribute some of the premium premium budget that we have towards what I feel are higher priorities of incentivizing affordable housing and grocery stores.
If it's helpful, since Commissioner Lipke-Pierre, you asked us to look at all the premiums, I'm happy to just let me just quickly talk through. We talked about all these the other day, but I'll just quickly talk through all of my remaining amendments are premium. So my thoughts, we can put it up or not. I think we could just keep Commissioner Myers up. Were to eliminate the enhanced public realm as a premium, with the recommendation that features in enhanced public realm ultimately could be just required in site plan. Those are things like a bench and deeper tree wells. That's not what they're called. I'm sorry. But that felt like kind of low-hanging fruit that everyone would use, that we should just be requiring. Eliminating the enclosed parking as a bonus, again, suggesting that we require parking to be enclosed. And when we deal with parking, I think in the new year, allow surface lots with the variance, to eliminate the Skyway connections as a bonus, and to amend the environmental sustainability climate resilience bonus to make it more stringent. We can talk about those in a little bit more depth in a moment, but that's kind of the lay of the land for all the premiums. yeah, I think if we're looking at I see we're looking at mine now. Just looking at the very top where I summarize all these, this is all a little hard to look at on screen. But the very top of the first page just has a summary of all of them. There we go. So eliminating enhanced public realm, parking, skyway connections, and amending environmental sustainability, climate resilience. So with that as context, I do think that we need to kind of take these one at a time, as motions one at a time. And I guess I could talk a little bit more about, I think the one that requires a little bit of explanation for mine is the environmental climate sustainability. Otherwise, they're pretty self-explanatory. Commissioner Lickby here.
Yeah, I guess I would be curious, before I comment, I would be curious to hear more about the sustainability climate resilience one, because I was wondering about that too, and then I had comments on the other suggested amendments as well. So I'll hold off my other comments until you get a chance to elaborate.
Okay, yeah, it's pretty, it's a little bit technical. If we want to skip forward to that one, it appears, I think, 3 different times. Go forward one more. There, here we are. Okay, so, back one, sorry. Perfect. So I eliminated the option to have one of 2 standards and just went with what was formerly A, and the standard that was suggested was that we follow SB 2030 guidelines, which are Sustainable Building 2030 guidelines established for the state of Minnesota, and give a bonus for applicants who adhere to the 2010-2014 energy standard. So SB 2030 is set to get more stringent each year, or each bracket of 5 years, to hit net zero energy in by 2030. And so the standard was written here to target the 2010 to 2014 energy standard, which would require would have required a 60% energy carbon reduction against a 2003 benchmark. And my amendment just suggests basically following SB 2030, which means if we're in 2020, we should be following the 2020 and 24 standard. And once we hit 2025, we target the 2025 to 2029 standard, and then when we hit 2030, we hit 2030. So it gets progressively more stringent. So that means a 80% reduction standard in 2020 to 2024 against the 2003 benchmark, 90% in the next bracket, and then 100% by 2030. For context, any building that receives state funds in the state of Minnesota is required by the state to meet SB 2030 guidelines. Any building that receives city money in the city of St. Paul must adhere to SB 2030 guidelines. So these are guidelines that are drafted specifically for the state of Minnesota. State and the city of St. Paul both fully require adherence to the current standard for SB 2030. I see no reason why we wouldn't require the same. Commissioner Lippke here.
Alrighty, so my comments related to this kind of slate of stuff, and I kind of feel like I need the list again because there's a lot of them. I'm mixed because I see what Commissioner Meyer is saying in terms of weighing some things as being more priorities than others. I personally think that the weighting of severe affordability is probably what I would say our number 1 priorities, just because it's, the call for these types of premiums we see most often in buildings that most least welcome low-income families. So I guess I would say that to me is a huge premium. When I look at the other ones, though, your proposed changes to environmental sustainability and climate resiliency, I think it's really aspirational, but I have to say there's no way anyone's going to spend the money it will take to do that if they can just put in a crappy convenience store that sells a little bit of produce and call it a grocery store. So I'm not sold on weighting grocery stores as any higher, just because as much as they're a hub for some things, there are also things that could easily sit vacant after construction or transition to, you know, a million other different things. And it's not like you can lop stories off a building if all of a sudden it's not selling the right number of bananas and apples. So I'm less, at the same time, also, I'm not sure double the premium is. I think I would assign a fraction, a 1 point something to it, because I still think it's important that if people are seeking additional floors to the building, which is additional profit for themselves, usually if they've achieved a certain height of the building already anyway. In my mind, it seems as though we should be, I mean, these are carrots, right? These are carrots. We're trying to encourage development to have these certain things in it. And I think then we'd have to be, I think many of them are really noble and good. They're good carrots. There's things we want to encourage people to do that we currently can't make them do. So we have to decide, you know, if by weighting some, are we pretty much, you know, relegating the rest to the garbage bin? I mean, I think environmental sustainability is probably more important than a grocery store. And I say this as someone who lives in a neighborhood that literally has just in the entire quadrant of the city only like 2 real grocery stores. So I don't tell, I totally am not meaning to underestimate the importance of access to food. I just think that when we look at the other priorities, it's hard to rank that as being more important than this or being on par even with affordable housing. I feel like affordable housing, severely affordable housing, which I think was the intent of Commissioner Meyer's motion, is indeed something that, you know, we probably do need to incentivize, because the market hasn't been willing to do it on their own. And even with the inclusive housing ordinance, there's so many loopholes to pretty much making sure people don't have to live in your building that I think this is important. So I could see weighting the affordable housing one. I could see weighting Commissioner Rockwell's proposal for environmental sustainability, because that will be expensive to implement, but it's very needed if we're going to impact climate change. And those would be my feedback for this topic.
Very good. Commissioners, are there other comments? I think we're kind of talking about a few different things at once. One, we're talking about these individual premiums, and two, I think the intent of both Commissioner Meyer's ordinances and my amendments and my amendments are to be cognizant about the interplay, as Commissioner Lupke is talking about, the interplay between them, right? So Commissioner Meyer is suggesting that we create more of an incentive for certain ones, and also create a new deeply affordable premium. And I'm suggesting getting rid of a few that I think are low-hanging fruit that would do kind of what Commissioner Lupke is suggesting, which is dissuade anybody from ever pursuing any of the more aspirational premiums. All right. Seeing no further, okay, Fox and Pro, Commissioner Meyer.
Okay. So I don't actually think there's any motion on the floor, because I don't think I actually made it.
I want to take these one at a time when we get to them.
Okay. And do you want to try to do them as a slate so that they interact well with each other, or do you want to do them individually?
I think we should do them individually.
Right. Okay.
I think everyone should think about them as. I mean, I suppose someone could make a motion to take them as a slate. That would be fine.
Okay. So for the grocery stores, I just want to say quickly that I don't see that as competing with environmental sustainability. In fact, I think that's one of the most environmentally sustainable things that we could do, is encouraging more grocery stores and enabling more people to live close to them and on top of them, because one of the biggest things that enables someone to go car free is if they can just walk downstairs to get their groceries. So like where we would really be promoting environmental sustainability by doing more to incentivize grocery stores. So that's why I felt it was a high priority to give a higher premium. I'm sensitive to Commissioner Lupke-Pierre's argument that it could be just a convenience store. So I would be receptive to having basically a tier. So keep staff's recommended premium, but then say that you can have that can be so it would be the standard premium if you have the 5,000 foot square feet grocery store like staff proposed. But if you get 10,000 square feet, then you can have twice as much of a premium. Yeah.
Let's hear from a couple of commissioners, and I do want to get to motions on these as well, just because we have yet to get to the Mississippi overlay. Commissioner Lupke-Pierre, then Commissioner Smiley.
Yeah, I want to hear from my colleagues as well. I guess I would just throw out there as well, though, I do think Commissioner Meyer is right in terms of cutting down on driving to get to grocery stores and food. But at the same time, I think that in terms of helping households and preventing displacement, if we can give them if we can encourage buildings to go as close to net zero as possible, it gives them more of an ability to stay in communities because they don't have energy bills, they don't have electricity bills and gas bills, or if they do, they're a lot smaller. And I think that in terms of green technology and how it impacts people's lives is probably more of a benefit than just being able to walk downstairs to a grocery store as opposed to hopping on a bus to go to a grocery store. So I guess I would push back that that the cost of getting a building to that point far exceeds the cost of putting in a grocery store. And so just thinking of it in terms of if I was a developer and I was looking at it strictly on a balance sheet, I would opt for the grocery store every time, even though the greater good to a community to actually prevent displacement and help families get ahead and maybe save some money toward, whatever, might be toward if we can get our energy usage cut down. And buildings are a bigger energy hog than cars anyway. So I think that it's a popular misconception that cars are, but it's really buildings. So that would be my only thoughts on that.
Commissioner Smiley.
Yeah, thank you. I was just whoops, what was that? I was just thinking about when you have giving a higher premium based on the size. It was causing me to think that it could potentially create inequities, like you're promoting big box stores as opposed to smaller ones because of the price. Basically, I can see the other side of the argument as well, that each of these premiums, like if you're talking about the sustainability and environmental ones as well, that, well, if you can spend more money, you can get a better premium because, you can do all these kinds of practices. But at the same time, I guess I'm hesitant because it does create that sense of inequity in my mind, and that we are incentivizing big box, basically, stores by giving it that kind of a tiered premium. That's all.
Commissioner Marwa.
Hey, I just have a quick question about this, about kind of the actual applicability, about the follow through. So if you say you want a grocery store and we give you this premium, who's to say it's not a small convenience store that sells a banana? I guess the actual dictation of who goes in there. I mean, are they supposed to come to the table with that grocery store partner to prove that, hey, look, so-and-so has signed on to be my ground floor tenant? I just worry that it's going to end up being vacant spaces that we've been promised grocery stores in, and there's not. So that's a little bit of my issue with it. I guess how. Yeah. And maybe that's for staff to answer. I guess I'm just confused on how would we actually see this come forward.
Yeah, Commissioner Schrader, are you commenting to speak on this, or otherwise I'll ask staff to address this and then come to your comment. Commissioner Schrader.
Sure, I just wanted to jump in. I think the intent of the amendment is great. I very definitely agree with it. I just don't think it's ready. I think as you're hearing commissioner questions, it really reflects just the depth of thought that would need to go in it. And I mean, it's something that I also sit on the food council
Sorry,
for.
Commissioner Schrader, are you talking? We just have a lot of stuff in front of us right now. Are you talking specifically about grocery store, or are you talking about something else?
Grocery store.
Okay, thank you. So go ahead.
No, I appreciate the clarity. It's just something as we see there's a lot of I think to get to the intent of this of bringing in local growers. There's just a lot of discussions in other parts of the city. I do want to question whether this makes the most sense in zoning or whether this would make sense more in another ordinance about just about the city in general.
Very good, Commissioner Caprini.
Thank you. I am moving about the house trying to get myself some nourishment because I have not eaten dinner yet. So I wanted to just share that last summer, no, not last summer, maybe the summer before, I don't know. I was traveling with my sisters and we were in, I won't say where, but we went shopping to get ourselves some groceries, and there was a grocery store that was very similar to what I hear Commissioner Meyer suggesting. And I loved it. It was vibrant. It was within a building complex. There were lots of people around. It was almost kind of like a mixture of a Trader Joe's / Cub / Costco, but small in scale. But there was height. You had to take the escalators up to go and get what your needs met. Minneapolis isn't there yet, and so. I guess I just wanted to share that piece of it because I see how slow we have moved towards making some of the changes that I see this commission, the city making, and then again, the direction that we're taking with our schools and trying to get online with better aligning all of these different levels of organizations, levels of government together. So I really appreciate what Commissioner Meyer is suggesting in terms of grocery stores. I've seen it outside of Minneapolis, and I just don't think we're there yet. And so that's all. I just wanted to share that. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any further comments? Otherwise, I'll ask that we work through these various premiums. I think we should take them individually, although I realize they do intersect. All right. Sorry, it pops up and I can never see who's actually asking for a comment. Commissioner Meyer.
Yeah. Well, I mean, responding to Commissioner Caprini, we already have quite a few mixed-use buildings that have grocery stores. Lund's is in my neighborhood. Aldi, the new Fresh Time, that. Most of the new grocery stores that are being built do have high levels of mixed use, and this would incentivize them more and enable more people to have that benefit of a grocery store that they don't even have to dress up in cold weather clothes to have access to. Hearing Commissioner Ismaili's concern about equity, I'll avoid tiering it and just keep my proposal as it was to begin with. So I'll move to amend the floor area ratio and height premium awarded for incorporating a grocery store into a development to 2 times the standard premium award.
All right, we have a motion to double the grocery store premium. Do we have a second? Do we have a second? Commissioner Smiley.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Sweezy.
Thank you, President Rockwell. Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in on it to add my voice. I won't be supporting this amendment. I'm not comfortable picking types of businesses that need to go in particular places, like as a matter of zoning or as a matter of bonus or benefit. So, you know, not everybody wants to live above a grocery store. Not everybody, you know, I think we need to stay away from creating an expectation that everything should be kind of the same, or that some things are really more valuable than others. And it's particularly with some of these economic decisions, I think the market should set that. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Sweezy. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Caprini?
This is on just the grocery store, correct?
That is correct. This is on doubling the grocery store premium.
No.
Lipke Peer?
No.
Marwa?
No.
Meyer?
Aye.
Olson?
Aye.
Schrader?
No.
Sweezy?
No.
That's 2 yeses and 5 noes.
Also, Ismaily's here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I called you. And Ismaili?
No.
Okay. So that is 2 yeses and 6 noes.
All right, that motion fails. Unless there's an alternate grocery store premium motion, we can move on to the affordable housing premium motion.
Yep. So the first of these two is, you know, as I brought up in the committee of the whole, I think we should not just incentivize affordable housing at 60% of AMI, but that we should also incentivize deeply affordable housing at 30% of the area median income. I'm particularly trying to avoid the situation that we almost faced with the Simpson housing project in the Whittier neighborhood, where, you know, back in May, we were wondering whether we would be able to approve that, even though the neighborhood and it seemed like everyone in the city wanted to see it happen. Our regulations didn't allow them to build their 6-story building for people transitioning from homelessness. So I would just like to align our incentives to meet what we really want. So my proposal, you know, keeps the staff recommendation of having the premium for 60%, but it amends the floor area ratio and height premium awarded for affordable housing to 2 times the standard premium when the required affordable housing is provided at 30%.
Commissioner Lipke-Pierce.
Commissioner Meyer, so just so we know the intent of it, is this in addition to any inclusionary housing that they will already be required to provide, or is this where they get a double dip with this one?
Wasn't meaning to, okay, maybe I wasn't intending for people to double dip, but in regard to the inclusionary zoning ordinance, that's what you mean. Like, they have to follow the inclusionary zoning ordinance no matter what. They don't get any bonus for that.
So this is for units exceeding that then?
Yeah.
And then what number of units will they have to provide at 30% to get the premium, or what percentage of units?
I believe in, like, I was basically proposing to double what staff had recommended, and staff had recommended the standard premium when they hit 60%, and I'll let staff speak to that. But I'm basically saying, like, when they've hit not only 60% but 30%, then we should do twice the premium that staff recommended.
I see.
Well, I think we should be clear. Jason, correct me if I'm wrong, or Janelle, Joe, that the existing regulations for the existing premium, as suggested by staff, is simply to adhere to the inclusionary zoning policy, but to have the housing on site. So the inclusionary zoning policy has a percentage of units, which is gradually increasing, and those units are at 60% AMI. So my interpretation is this would be the same percentage of units, but at 30% AMI.
President Rockwell, that's how I would interpret this as well. Yes.
Okay, and they need to be on site. Yeah. So. Commissioner Meyer, does that square with what your intent is?
That does.
Okay. So you get one bonus for on-site inclusionary housing, and you get 2 bonuses if it's on-site inclusionary housing at 30% AMI. Commissioner Lipke.
And so, Commissioner Meyer, are you saying that this would get a premium of 2, like a 2 count premium, or are you just amending the premium to be this higher standard? Because I guess if it's going to be this way, I'd rather have it just be this higher standard for the existing premium that they would get. If you're going to do anything where you're changing the number of the premium, like the sort of 2 premiums, I think we need to actually demand more. So that's why the only reason I'm going to caveat that.
Okay, so I was proposing to have it tiered, so you get a higher premium when it's 30%, but I would be very receptive to an alternative that you might propose.
Yeah, so Commissioner Lipke, this is set up currently to be an additional premium, the former of your 2 scenarios. It's an additional premium that is somewhat more stringent because it requires a higher level of affordability, and you get double the premium.
So just so I can recap. So the way the staff originally wrote it was you're adhering to inclusionary zoning, but you get the premium because you're doing it on site, which was supposed to be the intent of the inclusionary zoning in the first place, but we had exceptions to that. And then the intent of Commissioner Meyer's thing is to say, yeah, but theirs is at 60%. So all that same stuff, except you have to do it on site at 30%. And to do that, you get double the premium. Is that correct?
That is as it is proposed right now.
Okay, so I feel like if this is really, I mean, here, I think it should be on site. I don't think we should have actually had any alternative means of compliance with it, since the name of the ordinance was inclusionary zoning in the first place. So I'm appreciative of staff's attempts to try and lure it back on site, because I think that's important. So people are dispersed throughout the city and we stop concentrating people in similar redlining patterns as we saw historically. I feel as though you could amend it to have the 30% instead of the 60% period, and just leave it at the premium that it is, because I feel like it's still a premium. It's still another floor to a building, and they're not having to up their unit count. They just have to make it more affordable at that higher unit count. So I feel as though that in and of itself is enough of a premium.
Commissioner Schrader.
Thank you, Chair Rockwell. I just wanted to address that a little bit more background about the goal of the inclusionary zoning was to create the most affordable units throughout the city. And the in lieu fee that was referenced is actually higher than the cost of producing an on-site unit. So there is an incentive for creating units on site. Sometimes that's not always possible with the proposed developments. So I think the whole goal of IZ was to be flexible enough that units get built. And I think this would be a question I'd have for staff. If this definitely support where this is going to have a more restrictive move toward 30% AMI over 60% IMI, but it would be really helpful to hear, is the concern that things wouldn't get built? Know that, as we went through the inclusionary zoning policy, there was a lot of skepticism based on just what we were hearing from developers who, would say, well, this was going to ruin housing in Minneapolis, and we haven't seen that yet. But we still also lacked the real data to back that up. So it'd be helpful to know, what is kind of some of the calculus. Are we going to get more affordable units by allowing some at 60% and still having a greater incentive for 30%, or just give some idea of what the mix could be if this were allowed?
Well, Commissioners, one reason the staff recommendation related to the affordable housing premium is what it is that a tremendous amount of feasibility work went into the inclusionary zoning ordinance, and our CPED housing staff was very cognizant of that and was concerned about us creating a premium that was there in name only, but really wasn't a meaningful incentive, because either the economics wouldn't work for a typical project, or if you are going to meet the standard, it's because you are being financed in a way that you were going to meet that standard anyway. So I'd say that whatever comes out of this amendment for an affordable housing premium between now and when the City Council acts on it, I will be consulting with our CPED housing staff to see if they have substantial concerns or what they feel the effect will be, to determine whether we would recommend that this gets tweaked in some fashion beyond what the commission has adopted, because it's hard for us right now on the fly to think through all the implications in the way that our housing staff can think through them.
I'll also just add, Mr. Schrader, as you know, the discussion in some of the working groups around this, we've discussed making sure that we kind of take an over the long term iterative process with these. We don't really know how these are going to play out. We don't know which of these premiums developers are in fact going to pick. We can take some educated guesses, but ultimately it's a little bit of a fool's errand to try to guess too much, I think, at this point, and we should let it play out for a year, 18 months, 2 years, and then we should come back to this and say, you know what, we really wanted a lot more affordable housing coming through this, and we're getting 47 grocery stores that only sell 1 banana a day, and you know that's not what we wanted. So whatever, but I think we just need to kind of see how this plays out over time. So I think this is a good discussion. I just want us to keep want to be realistic about what we can predict at this point and give it our best guess and commit as a commission and as a city and as a city council to revisiting this and seeing if we are in fact generating the kind of development that we're looking to generate. And if we're not, then we should amend it. Commissioner Lupke here.
Yeah, I just had I kind of actually, you kind of hinted at it, President Rockwell. I had a question for Jason, because it seems to me like in terms of our annual reports and when CPED kind of takes that whole annual introspective look at what we've messed up in your lives in terms of what we've approved and not approved and at what rate every year. And I'm kind of thinking that this might be a case where it's new, it hasn't even gotten off the ground necessarily, really. Especially since we haven't even, I don't even know how we even triggered that past the 500 units to trigger IZ from taking up. Yeah, we haven't even gotten there. So I'm kind of inclined to say the same, that is there a way to make sure that this gets noted in a staff calendar that, in a year, in 18 months, in 2 years, we're revisiting what the stats are and how IZ is actually working out or not working out and what changes need to be made to that. Maybe it's not even about premiums, it's about changes to that program in and of itself and what we learn from the way those are set now. I think that maybe this, as much as of all the things I want to support the most, the environment and this are my big ones. I think that maybe this one we just need to wait for some data to come in so we know which way to go. So is that feasible for you to kind of, as a staff, speaking for entire Department of CPED, for you guys to put that on your watching work list for the future?
Commissioner Lupke, if I could just clarify, to sort of monitor the inclusionary zoning ordinance in that sort of fashion, or the premiums that we would come up with that are incentivizing deeper affordability?
I think both. I mean, I think you'll know who's, when applicants bring in a project, what they're applying for. Are they applying under IZ, under the premiums, some sort of combination thereof? What are they, kind of compelled to go for versus what are they completely avoiding? And if we see any trends, that might be it might be curious to see how it's all playing out in terms of what's actually working.
I think that all makes sense and that seems feasible. I mean, you're right. The inclusionary zoning ordinance is still really in its infancy, and there's a lot to understand about how it's going to play out, as in addition to how these premiums will play out. So yeah, I think that's a good idea.
All right, Commissioner Caprini.
So I'll make this really quick. I grew up on the north side, and when I listen to these conversations in regards to inclusion and exclusion and affordable housing and what it looks like, what I'm reminded of is a surrounding, a seclusion or a corralling of housing that was not always looked upon as pleasant, or I'm just going to stop there with that. However, I see this as a kicking a can down the road, and I feel like there are conversations that are not occurring, and this is just me speaking from my perspective as a resident who went to schools on the north side, lived over south, and then all over the city, coming back here when my youngest was a year to buy a home with my husband and have 2 children and raise them in North Minneapolis and go through 20 years of what I believe were changes towards better opportunities and experiences. But as I've listened to these conversations tonight, which I really appreciate, I'm learning a lot. I see this whole motion amendment and all of that as a taking that can and like not just kicking it, but throwing it way across the road. And I'm not cool with that, but I'm gonna leave you with that and look forward to further conversations in how we can mitigate being able to really say what it is that I feel like I'm hearing, and yeah, what I'm hearing, not feeling, what I'm hearing. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, let's get a motion on the table related to this 30% AMI suggestion. There are kind of a couple different ideas floating around. One is to add a premium that is double the existing premium. The other appears to be to amend the existing premium and maybe double it, but to make it 30%. Commissioner Meyer.
Yeah, I guess I don't understand how this amendment is kicking something down the road, but if there's, you know, an additional, more ambitious amendment that other commissioners want to bring forward, I'm very supportive of that, and would also, you know, support other amendments like, you know, when a project is 100% affordable, you know, maybe we could have an additional premium. Like I believe that, like, whenever we're building, you know, high levels of affordability, that that we should really allow people to build as many units as they can on the land, so that they don't have to buy as much land, and you know, so that we can reduce expenses for them. But basically, my intent was just to take the staff's recommendation and add a supplementary one. You know, certainly don't want to have this as a substitute, so just add on, you know, a new premium for when 30% is reached. So I would move to amend the floor area ratio and height premium awarded for affordable housing into development to 2 times the standard premium award when the required affordable housing is provided at 30% of area-wide median income.
All right, so we have a motion that retains the existing premium and effectively adds a second premium worth double if AMI is 30% rather than 60%. Do we have a second? Commissioner Smiley.
Second the motion.
We have a second, all right, motion and a second. And then comments, briefly, since we still have a fair amount to go tonight. Commissioner Caprini, then Commissioner.
Yes, I just wanted to make clarity, and I apologize. What I meant to say when I was referring to this amendment is not approving it, would be kicking it down taking the can and kicking it down the road. That's what I was referring to. So I do support it, and I realize that there's a lot of I don't know what word to use, a lot of information or expression around staff findings and, what others on the commission are more knowledgeable about. But when it comes to housing and affordable housing and our schools and the importance of being able to ensure that Minneapolis Public Schools is not being held responsible to diversify and integrate schools that I believe the city has a responsibility to do, that's where my brain goes to. So if this amendment doesn't speak to that in terms of being able to do this work all around the city, then somebody needs to tell me that. And I guess I just don't see it that way, but that's where I'm at in my advocacy for making sure that we're able to connect with these magnets that are centralized in our city and just support students of all demographics so that we can actually have a trajectory of a better existence and than we do right now, because I'm haunted by the maps that we've been watching over the last few days by the election, and specifically well, I won't go there, but I'm haunted by those maps. And I just feel like we could do a much better job in changing the trajectory of how we see each other, how we have acceptance of differences when we are living amongst each other, and learning more about each other's cultures when we are in our homes and in our neighborhoods, supporting our schools and blah, 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 the 3-story grocery store or whatever have you. So that's what I just have to say about that. But I'm done now for the night until we vote.
Very good, Commissioner Lipke here.
Yeah, I just I'm fond of this motion, but I think Chair Rockwell and staff probably was accurate in the fact that I think I want to get some information that can only be gathered after the policies had a chance to actually take effect. So I think I am going to hold off on that. But one thing I do want to just throw out there for future reference is that I think it would be getting at both Commissioner Caprini and Commissioner Myers' points about affordable housing. If we're talking about, we should really be talking about equitable affordable housing, and I think part of that, get to the heart of it, if we ever come up with, as Commissioner Meyer threw out there, I think somebody did, 100% affordable building, I wouldn't mind giving it premiums or having conversations with affordable housing developers to talk about what it would take to locate them in areas of the city that they aren't currently locating them in, since they all seem to be concentrated primarily in 3 areas of the city, the neighborhood. So I guess it's not for tonight, but I just want to throw out there for when we're examining things in the future, how do we incentivize a lot of affordable housing to be built in areas that are close to jobs and amenities, and not just put in the areas that have cheap land sale prices.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further comments before voting on this motion? All right, we have a motion and a second to effectively add a premium, which is a premium worth double for deeply affordable AMI at a percentage of the development equal to what the inclusionary zoning, inclusionary housing policy requires. Clerk, please call the roll.
Caprini?
Aye.
Lipke Pier?
No.
Marwa? Marwa?
We have Commissioner Marwa.
Meyer?
Aye.
Olson,
Aye.
Schrader,
Aye.
Sweezy,
No.
and Smiley.
Aye.
5 yeses and 2 nos.
All right, that motion carries. Commissioner Meyer.
Yeah, I did have one more that didn't make it into this email, and I'm not going to be offended if people don't pass it tonight. It's something that could potentially be more thought out at the city council. But I just wanted to talk about the 2040 plan with I believe it's the policy 38. Action item E says support education and housing stability by encouraging the development of larger family supportive housing units, parentheses, with at least 2 bedrooms in close proximity to Minneapolis public schools and along Minneapolis walking routes for youth. So that is a stated goal, very much in line with what Commissioner Caprini has been pushing for. And to my knowledge, I don't think we've actually done anything in policy to reach that goal. And I'm very open to different ideas that would. I talked to staff about different things that could, and one proposal would be to establish a new floor area ratio premium for multifamily housing that meet 3 criteria. So the first criterion is that the subject site is within 1/4 of a mile of a Minneapolis public school, that 75% of the units contain at least 2 bedrooms, and that 25% of the units contain at least 3 bedrooms. So those numbers, I didn't just make them up out of nowhere there. Those are the numbers that qualify a building as family housing by public financing institutions from the state and other entities. And I should clarify about the numbers. So it's so 75% would be at least 2 bedrooms, and then of that 75%, 25% have to be at least 3 bedrooms or higher. 25% of the total could still be single bedroom or studios. That was the best I could come up with that toward reaching that policy goal. I'm very interested to hear what other commissioners have to say about it and any other ideas that people might have. But I do think it's very important that we do something to reach that policy goal that the council laid out for us.
Okay, so in the interest, and commissioners, I see things going to the chat. Let's make sure that we're having discussion on the public record as well, or making sure that whatever goes in the chat is in the public record. I am going to take that as a motion.
Well, I want a discussion about it first.
All right. Well, Commissioner Caprini.
So I think I pretty much have made myself kind of clear about how I feel about the diversity of our schools and the integration of our neighborhoods and the responsibility that the city has to make sure that our schools are not responsible through transportation in making that happen. Because what it does is for our schools and our children is it makes it more difficult for them to be able to have access to experiences and opportunities in their, in their schools in close proximity to where they live. And I've lived that experience, not just with my own children, but the thousands of children that have attended Minneapolis public schools with them. We have been from one school to the other to try to reap that goal of being able to get our hands on some of the opportunities that other areas in the city have been able to access because of the amount of funding that they receive because of the transportation that is provided. So with this proposal amendment that Commissioner Meyer is proposing would allow families or for developers with incentives, mind you, these developers could be given incentives with credits for, I had notes that I was writing down earlier. Just hold on one second. Rental assistance for families, and that's one thing of the other thing I want to bring up is not everybody needs rental assistance. When my husband and I started out and as much younger parents, we may not needed rental assistance, but we managed ourselves in a way where we knew that we had goals that we wanted to pursue. So I just want to say that, because I feel like when we start talking about these opportunities for families to be able to live close in proximity to the schools that are in their neighborhood outside of being isolated in these large percentage of one demographic or another, isolated in these areas, that we have this notion, or I believe folks have a notion of what that looks like for your neighborhood. You don't know what the possibilities are. And I feel like Minneapolis is on the cusp of being able to do better by providing opportunities and experiences for families and changing the trajectory of how people see each other and how we interact. And the last thing I'll say is the maps that we've seen over the last few days show a precedent to that. And Minnesota is no stranger to, and I'm trying to be really kind, no stranger to the levels of white supremacy that has lived long and hard. And again, I grew up in this city in the right near Cub Food on Broadway, going to Ascension School, living amongst the Hells Angels, fighting or watching the riots on Plymouth Avenue, watching the denigration of North Minneapolis to become, a neighborhood that folks wanted to live in again, and then also watch families leave because of the different levels of government siphoning off areas of support via resources. And I'm getting out a lot of this simply because this commission has awakened so many thoughts about what I believe is possible, and the 2040 speaks to that. And I want to make sure that we are being honest and intentional about making sure that what those words in that document mean are really happening. So I want to see us do an intentional job in integrating our city as a whole, and not continuing to isolate neighborhoods. So with that, I'm done. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, commissioners. I want to give a time check. It is after 9 o'clock, and I know there are still amendments going, so I want everyone to keep that in mind as we move through these. So there's like an extremely long set of chats here, and I'm not totally sure who needs to comment at this point. Commissioner Lipke, are you up next?
Yeah, I'll just keep it short and sweet. I think, Commissioner Meyer, I find your thing about schools to be really interesting. I think that it's close. It's not there yet. I would like to see policy that actually promotes integration and opportunity and choice in housing, because I feel like otherwise we're just further segregating. We've seen that in our city. We have a lot of self-sorting of certain neighborhoods that are predominantly white versus other neighborhoods that are actually quite diverse in terms of multiculturalism. And I think it's wonderful, but I think that we have to be intentional about where we put these, and schools is a great way to think about it, but I don't think that that's the key. It's an interesting premise, but I think we should work farther and more intensively in how we get other areas of the city to open up and create opportunities and choice for people so they have options.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Lipke-Peer. Commissioner Meyer, do you have an amendment that you'd like to make on the school topic?
Yeah, and I've been trying to work with staff here to display it for everyone. If it's okay with you, Chair Rockwell, I'll put it in the chat so that all the commissioners can read it, and hopefully they'll be able to display it for the public as well.
Put it in the chat and then read it out loud or verbatim, so that we're making sure it's orally on the record, and the commissioners can see it written. So go ahead.
Sure, and then I'm also I also put in the chat the image, which you have to scroll to the right for to see the whole thing. But so just want to reread what the 2040 plan is saying that we need to do. It says support education and housing stability by encouraging the development of larger family supportive housing units with at least 2 bedrooms in close proximity to Minneapolis public schools and along Minneapolis walking routes for youth. And then the proposed language that staff had recommended to me when I brought that up was a motion to establish a new floor area ratio premium for multifamily housing that meet the following criteria. 1, the subject site is within 1/4 mile of a Minneapolis public school. 2, that 75% of the units contain at least 2 bedrooms. And 3, that 25% of the units contain at least 3 bedrooms.
Very good. And just to recap for all the commissioners, the 25% of the units that are 3 bedrooms can be within the 75% that contain at least 2 bedrooms.
Correct.
Commissioner Marwa.
Yeah, I mean, I love the intent of this, and Commissioner Caprini's impassioned want to see this happen. The dictation of this, as I work for a developer who's built some of these family type units and has not been able to lease them, just given the market and how it is, and ends up leasing them to roommates in those 2-bedroom situations and 3-bedroom situations. So I guess I'm a little concerned of, putting 75% of the units into this. I mean, I know the market of housing of what we build in multifamily is 1 bedrooms. Like that's what ends up getting leased the fastest, unless there's, roommate situations. So I'm just in the one that I'm speaking of, the building I know is walking distance to a school in Northeast too. So I would just, I don't know, I'm a little weary of this, but I would love to understand more from the commissioners or how they see this actually working at the end of the day.
Commissioner Caprini and then Commissioner Lipke-Peer.
So I worked for a nonprofit that provided resources for the neighborhood for a few years in North Minneapolis. And one of the top things that these families were looking for that lived in North Minneapolis or Northeast Minneapolis was housing. And the schools that they were attending were way over south. I won't name the names of the schools, but I can tell you this, their needs weren't getting met. And when they were asking, and this was not just one family, it's more than one family. And when they were asking for supports for their students and for themselves, just to be able to get to a place where they could pick up a gas card to get their kid to school outside of their neighborhood was troubling. There were too many loops that had to be jumped through, or leaps and bounds, paperwork, and all of those things. One student needed shoes, and the school was willing to provide that student with shoes, which the parent was glad to take, but they were a half size too large. So this child was in school, not able to navigate these shoes that were too big, but some might say you should just be happy you have shoes on. My point is this, is that unless you have experienced or worked with families that have struggled with housing, that are families that do have jobs, that do have multiple children that they would love to see in close proximity to where they live, and instead of being bused or driven across the city. Trust me, over my last 15 years, almost 20 years of advocacy for Minneapolis public schools, not just with my own children, but with the thousands of children they've attended schools with. That's a scenario that is a reality. And my position on this is that housing for these families needs to be provided. And I guess we've just had different experiences. So I appreciate yours and respect that. But in my experience, living on the north side, growing up on the north side, and then living outside of the north side and then coming back, my experience has been different. And there are far more families that are being moved away to go to schools outside of North and Northeast Minneapolis. And for that matter, Southeast, Center South, that are being moved around to find the supports that they need. And I believe if you're able to have a stable situation near a school that you go to, that in itself feeds to enrollment, which enrollment feeds to funding, which feeds to access to opportunities and experiences. And there's enough kids to go around. So
no, I'm not disputing any of that. I'm asking, how can you ensure that 75% is full of families? It's not roommate situations. Right. It doesn't become, that's what
and I understand that, but the bottom line is I'm at a place right now in the years that I've been alive and the years that I've lived here that I'm not willing to just lay myself down on thinking, well, it just might not be 75%. It could be 25%, because we're in a situation where the housing situation for families, we've got families that are being torn apart. Families that are because one child is 17, almost 17, 18 years old and might have a child, they're being pulled apart and they've got to go to separate shelters. There are all kinds of mitigating circumstances that these policies don't get under the belly to. So I'm not sure where we can figure out how to mitigate some of those circumstances. And maybe it's incentives for some of these developers to be able to access funding for ensuring that these types of developments are being offered. I don't have those answers. All I can say is I can only speak to what I've experienced and what I've been around. That's all I can speak to, and I just think it's a really big chunk. I don't know. That's all I got to say. Thanks.
I guess I'm curious, could we put in something that says families, specifically in this language? That would
be great.
I want to see how this can actually be further for families. And I guess I'm curious about that piece of it.
I think we're wading into constitutional issues if we're filtering like that. I'm not.
So because are you saying that because Minneapolis Public Schools is mentioned in this?
No, I'm saying that once you start to filter by certain classes, you can't do that.
But the thing is, though, is we've lived in a society that has done that for 400 years.
I understand. I'm just trying to get us an amendment that's legally sound. Staff. Well, let's get through some of these other comments that are here, and then we can think about what exactly we're trying to create. I'm not sure if restricting housing to a particular family structure is legal. I don't think it is, but I'm not sure. Commissioner Lipke.
All right, so a couple things. I don't think families are considered a protected class. So I think President Rockwell's right there. You can mandate bedroom sizes and bedroom counts, but you can't mandate who lives in them unless it's like a senior thing. So so as much as we want it to be for families, you have to just build it for families and hope it goes to families. That being said, as much as I think this it hasn't fully baked, it's a little raw, and we're trying to like engineer it here on the fly, and that's not a good recipe for success. I think that at the heart of it, what is going to lead to stability isn't just being close to a school, it's being close to every school. If you aren't providing this opportunity near almost every school in the city, you're just further segregating a population. As Commissioner Caprini was saying, she has families who live north side, their children go to south, or a school in South Minneapolis. Think of the time it takes that family to get their child to and from school, or to go see their child at a sporting event, or any number of just even the bus ride over. It's never a quick ride to get anywhere from North Minneapolis. I can tell you that. So I just
not being invited to the birthday party. Let's add
yeah.
that.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where, like, when I keep saying this, it's a denial of choice, and quite frankly, it's a theft of time when we don't integrate our housing and realize that affordable housing isn't just about quantities, it's about being equitable and where we're locating it and what we're doing with it and what quality it is. So this doesn't solve those. This just says try to get them close to school, but it doesn't say, not the ones you already are putting by the schools in those few areas. Put them near schools everywhere. That way people who are making choices because they want their child to go to that school, and thank God, because think of how segregated some of the schools in Minneapolis, even more segregated they would be if we did not have choice.
But I feel like I've been saying that all night.
Yeah.
About
So anyway, I just want to say,
the city. So I just want to make that clear and make it public that I have not been advocating for them to be in just one area.
And
I've
Commissioner
talked.
Caprini, I totally agree with you.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, I'm saying as it relates to this particular amendment, I don't think we can vote for tonight because it's not well thought out, and we're not achieving the goals we need to achieve in order to actually promote the goals of the comp plan this way. So I actually applaud Commissioner Meyer for thinking outside the box with this one. I think it's an interesting thing to play around with. I think it needs to go back in the oven for a little bit to get some more details hashed out so it can actually be successful and drive change, is my point.
All right. Thank you all. Commissioner Meyer, do you want to make a motion on this, or where
first comment?
First
a comment and then a motion.
All right. Very good.
So first, I was told by multiple people that it's not legal for us to, restrict things by who lives there. I do want to avoid using family necessarily. I mean, what we're, two adults living together, that's a family. Like, it's not just about families, but we're really trying to aim for our school-age children. We want school-age children to have more opportunities to live close to Minneapolis public schools. So if there's a better way for us to get that, then I'm open to an alternative way of accomplishing the goal that the 2040 plan laid out. But in the status quo, in the draft plan that staff have put forward, they haven't done anything that accomplishes that goal. So if there's not an alternative idea out there, or like, I mean, even if it's an alternative idea that has to be fleshed out more, I feel like this is probably the closest thing that we're able to get that would reach that goal. I mean, I'm not hearing an alternative approach to it. So with that, I'll move to make the amendment that's on screen right now. Is that sufficient, Chair Rockwell, for me to just say that the one that's on screen? The motion to establish a new floor.
Yes. I want to clarify that the premium offered for this will be the standard premium.
Correct. Yes.
All right. Very good. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Was that Commissioner Caprini?
Yes.
All right, very good. We have a motion and a second, Commissioner Caprini. Any further discussion on this?
This is Commissioner Marwa. I really like the intent behind this, but I'm going to vote no on it. I think it needs to be fleshed out a little bit further to make sure that the intent of it is coming through, and talk to staff about it a little further.
Very good. I will note, I think that we have talked in prior commission meetings. I know the city of Vancouver has a density bonus requirement, I think, that there be 3-bedroom units, and our discussion in the past has been roughly around the idea that you can have roommates live in a 2 or 3-bedroom unit, but you can't have a family live in a 1-bedroom unit, or you shouldn't have to. Just to remind, we've had good discussions on all of these, to remind all the commissioners also that all of these are opt-in premiums. And if they don't work, no one's going to opt into it. And we'll revisit them as we talked about earlier, sometime relatively soon, 18 months down the line, and see what's being used, what's not being used, and have a chance to revise. Just something to remember here, that none of these premiums are requirements. Commissioner Smiley.
Yeah, kind of in line with what Commissioner Marwa was saying. I was just kind of wondering if we move forward with this, if that there is still a step and there is still a chance for staff to actually work through it and see whether or not there are any revisions needed to it, like without completely killing it. Can it still get a little riper? Basically, is what I'm trying to figure out. I'm seeing a head nod from Commissioner Meyer.
I feel that the council will have 2 opportunities to do that, both in committee and at the full council, to refine this further. And if we include it in there today, it will just remind them of the goal that they set out in the 2040 plan, and put the impetus on them to make an alternative if this isn't the best way. If there's a better way to get at their goal, then they'll have the opportunity to amend it. But I think we should include what we have so far today.
Thanks.
All right. Any further discussion on this one here? All right, clerk, please call the roll.
Caprini.
Abstain.
Smiley.
Aye.
Lipke-Peer.
No.
Marwa.
No.
Meyer.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Schrader.
No.
Sweezy.
No.
So that's 3 yeses and 4 nos and 1 abstention.
All right, that motion fails. Commissioner Meyer, you also had a last one. If you could give it, this did get a fair amount of play in the testimony, as it were. So if you kind of remind us what this is, and then if we can keep discussion to a concise discussion.
I will try to be fast. I'll also remind everyone who it was that suggested that we continue this to the next meeting, but we're sticking to it and going all night. But the other one, the last one for me.
We've got power here.
The last one was item B under the affordable housing premium. So this was a suggestion of staff when I said that we should extend affordability premiums to not just the corridors and transit areas, but to interior 1 through 3, including 1 to 3 unit dwellings. And my intent here is really just the second half of what it reads, to add the affordability premium of 0.1 for 1 to 3 unit dwellings when the units are at, and this wasn't included in there, when they're at 60% of AMI was my intent there. So like when the 1 through 3 unit buildings are affordable, we can have them have a bonus of 0.1 FAR.
Commissioner Meyer, can you clarify, in order to get that bonus, would you need to have one unit affordable or all units affordable?
Let's discuss that. I mean, I guess I would be satisfied with one unit affordable, but
we heard a testimony tonight, I believe, which was around that, with the one unit of affordable at 60%.
Yeah, and you know, they were basically aiming for Portland, right? So Portland, you know, if you had an additional affordable unit beyond just the 3 that you're allowed by right, then you could have a higher density bonus and a higher unit count to accommodate that. I don't think we should take on a higher unit count because the 2040s plan already spelled out triplexes. The city council already did that. But the FAR is within our purview tonight, and having a premium that applies to affordability within the interior 1 through 3 seems appropriate to me. So yeah, I think a 0.1 FAR bonus for when there's at least one affordable unit is, you know, fitting with what people called for tonight.
Very good. Okay, I think we understand what the concept is. Jason, you have a comment.
Yeah, I just want to make sure there was a reference to at the suggestion of staff. So I just want to be clear that the suggestion that Commissioner Meyer is putting forward isn't something that staff has recommended. It's that we were asked to provide language that would accomplish what Commissioner Meyer set out to accomplish. So I just want to be clear about that. And then just to remind the commissioners that you did earlier approve an increase, a recommended increase in the as of right floor area ratio for 1 to 3 unit buildings as well in the neighborhood interior. So just so you're remembering that any bonus would be on top of the increases that you recommended earlier.
Right. Thanks, Jason. Commissioner Lipke-Pierre.
Yeah, I have a question for Commissioner Meyer. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what level of affordability and for what duration and time period, and who will be in charge of enforcing that?
That I don't know. I would need help from staff to elaborate on that. So I mean, basically, you know, I had a conversation with staff and tried to get at what I was aiming for, and you know, wanted to have affordability incentives applied to the interior zones of the city, and this was the amendment that they brought back to reflect what I was aiming for. But as I read it tonight, I realized it doesn't specify the affordability level. So I just put in the chat what the original text was, but it does need to be refined to specify. And I think you know, having at least one unit at 60% would meet that goal, so that we are incentivizing affordability in the broader city. But I'm open to other suggestions about what we should do with that.
Commissioner Lipke-Pierre, go for it.
Just a couple questions for staff. So number one, if staff could weigh in on how that could be enforced or not. If, for example, somebody did a 1 unit building or duplex, and then it was constructed, and how we would ensure that happens. And then secondly was like, if this is the sort of thing where we need to add some more nuance in terms of what degree of affordability, and is it for 5 years, for 2 years, for the life of the building? I don't know. Is it the kind of thing where a later amendment to the comp plan could make this happen once more further details got fleshed out, or what? So if staff could weigh in on those 2 things, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, commissioners. And this is an issue that has generated some discussion and interest among council members of a potential bonus or premium that's associated with affordability for 1 to 3 unit buildings. And the direction of the discussion has been that it would really be most applicable and enforceable in a situation where the housing provider is already participating in existing programs or financing tools. Otherwise, this would be very, very difficult to administer and enforce. So it would be our recommendation for a bonus like this would be that we would limit it to a situation where the owner is participating in a federal housing subsidy program and or participating in a state or local program where the rent or sale price and income restrictions are in a ground lease that's recorded against the property.
Very good.
I just wanted to ask a follow-up question to staff, but I'll wait because it looks like Commissioner Meyer has a comment.
Yeah.
Commissioner Meyer.
Yeah, and this is something that, you know, my understanding is that the council is kind of revisiting this already, and I hope they consider doing, you know, the type of reforms that Portland did. And I had a few people text me as this was going on that is likely to happen. So, I mean, I think this is one that would be appropriate for the council to revisit more fully. So so I'll hold off on making a motion on this one at the time and let the council make their own proposal on it.
All right. So since we haven't actually had a motion yet, we don't need an official withdrawal. But very good and understand the intent there. Commissioner Lipke.
I just, if I hope council looks at this, and I'm curious how it interplays with their tax discount that they give for providing affordable housing for lower density structures anyway. So I'm kind of curious how that interplays, if it's going to be in addition to it, in lieu of it, or if our taxes are going to subsidize something that only lasts in affordability for a few years, but they get a bigger development out of it. I hope the council weighs that as an added long-term benefit to the investor that owns the structure as well when they consider it.
All righty. Commissioners, there are a couple others on the list that I put together, which I hope to be able to get through pretty quickly. Are there any other amendments that any other commissioners wanted to make? Okay, then briefly, we've already discussed at a high level the amendments I was bringing forward. Maybe we can pull this up on the screen. I think 3 of them are pretty straightforward. So one was to eliminate the enhanced public realm bonus, and with the idea that when we do get to revising a site plan review chapter, that we should include those features or many of those features just simply as requirements, with the opportunity to get out of alternative, you know, to ask for alternative compliance. The other was to eliminate the enclosed parking as a bonus. Similar thing, make it required and allow surface lots with a variance when we get to parking in the new year. And then the last was to eliminate skyway connections as a bonus. And I noted there that our 2040 plan describes skyways as, quote, lacking navigability, inaccessibility from the street, and you know, and a negative impact to street vibrancy. So that feels funny that we would put that in the plan and then proceed to incentivize them. So I think we can, I guess, are there questions or comments on any of those?
Yeah, can you just speak to the Skyway piece one more time?
Yeah, the amendment suggestion is to eliminate a density bonus, which would be given for creating a Skyway connection. So in the currently drafted text amendment, we have a bonus for having a Skyway connection, and the amendment is to eliminate that. My amendment is to eliminate that, so that we would not be incentivizing Skyway connections.
All right, well, we need to like feel our elements. We do live in Minneapolis, so okay, I get it.
Cold people out on the street, getting resilient. Commissioner Lipke here, I think we'll dispense with these eliminations first, and then we'll get to that climate.
Super, then I'll hold my comment.
Commissioner Swayze.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to comment. So are we commenting on these all right now, or are we going to take them up one at a time, or just
we'll take them one at a time?
Yeah. The Skyway connection one, the thing about that is that it's not talking about Skyways in particular. It's talking about Skyway connections. And I understand, you know, the rub on Skyways and everything. The best example I can think of, though, recently about the reality of the situation is with the RBC building on Hennepin. And I remember, you know, significant debate about those Skyways, one going into the library and the other going into what I still call the old Federal Reserve building. And we voted actually against them, and the council reversed us on that. And they're both going in. And the only, you know, even if you don't like Skyways, they need to go somewhere where they exist, and they need to hook people up and work. If you've been downtown since the pandemic and you've tried to navigate them, half of them have been closed, and it's been kind of a mess. And so I think there is value actually in, you know, careful thought about where they go and how they fit into a system that still exists and isn't going anywhere. And of course, they're still allowed downtown, hospitals, universities, and things like that. So that one I'm not so sure about.
And I'll just respond to that, Commissioner Swayze. I would also point to the RBC building as the reason why I'm putting this forward. I don't think we need an incentive. I think there's economic gain in creating a Skyway connection. You're connected to an 8-mile Skyway network, and so if you're building a building within the Skyway district, you'd be crazy not to do it. I don't particularly like Skyways, but I also think that that we don't need to incentivize them because they're happening anyway. So you got one building there, they're connected to 2 buildings, and I'm not sure why we should give a density bonus for something somebody's going to do anyway. Commissioner Caprini.
I agree with you, Commissioner Rockwell and Swayze. I am not opposed to the Skyways that are already in existence, and I guess I'm not down for any incentive to create an extra connection to Skyways. And my comment in regards to feeling the elements is, I believe myself personally that we did ourselves a disservice by creating such a widespread system of Skyways in certain areas. Hospitals, the university, all of that Commissioner Swayze brought up. But when we're talking about within a 4 or 5 block radius, we live in a cold climate, and I've traveled to plenty of places where there is no Skyway system, and folks are like trudging through the elements and getting to where they need to be. Put your gloves on, get your hat on, put your boots on, get yourself, you know, covered up and get to where you need to go. But I'm not down for creating incentives to create more opportunities to be outside of being outside. So that's what's up.
Very good. Minnesota Resilience. Commissioner Jason, Honorary Commissioner.
Thank you. I would just like to clarify the 3rd bullet point, the enclosed parking. There's a reference to enclosed parking should be required and surface lots only allowed as a variance. I just want to understand the President Rockwell, your intent that we would be making those changes as part of this amendment, and that it's not just a suggestion for consideration in the future, and that the word "should" is just making me want to clarify that.
Yeah, my intent is that this would be addressed. Well, I guess I was thinking that this would be addressed in the future, but maybe it would be addressed now. I am aware that we have kind of a wholesale revision of how we're thinking about parking as a staff direction right now, and requiring parking to be enclosed as we think about what else we're doing with parking feels a little bit more topical to address with the parking.
I would agree with that.
My suggestion there is we kick that can down the road to, I think it's expected to come in January, February, somewhere in there, and just talk about parking, all things parking at one time.
Thanks for the clarification.
Yeah, and just to clarify as well, that is kind of the same intent in bullet number 2, which is that I think that we should address those public realm features that are currently in the enhanced public realm incentive. I think that we should put them on a post-it, put it on our wall, and come back to those in order to do a site plan review. Okay. I guess I can move my own. So there's nothing against me making a motion here. So I would move to eliminate the enhanced public realm bonuses.
Second, Meyer.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Caprini.
Aye.
Ismaili.
Aye.
Lipke Pier.
Aye.
Marwa.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Schrader.
Aye.
Sweezy.
Aye.
That's 8-0.
That motion carries. Next, I would move to eliminate the enclosed parking bonus.
Second, Meyer.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Caprini.
Aye.
Ismaili.
Aye.
Lipke Pier.
Aye.
Marwa.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Schrader.
Aye.
Sweezy.
No.
It's 7-1.
That motion carries. Next, I would move to eliminate the Skyway Connections incentive premium.
Second, Meyer.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Okay, Caprini.
Aye.
Ismaili.
Aye.
Lipke Pier.
Aye.
Marwa.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Schrader.
Aye.
Sweezy.
No.
7-1.
That motion carries. The last of the Rockwell suggested amendments we already talked a bit about was to amend the environmental sustainability, climate resilience bonus. If we could skip forward a couple slides. One more maybe. There we go. Just to align with SB 2030 standards as they were designed on the timeline for which they were designed. So the language is here. And Commissioner Lipke here, you had a comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw out there that I think this is one of those metrics that we should have, by we I mean staff, not me, sorry, should keep a close eye on, because I know when I was digging through this, when I got the draft initially, obviously it was different standards, but I was kind of running it by different colleagues of mine who to do larger developments and seeing what they thought of the standards, and they thought that what was being proposed was actually like one, they didn't know how easy it would be for them to do, but then again, I think it's worth a shot, because I had written in my notes like, are we doing enough? So so I'm curious to see if this attracts anyone, but I think if we're not seeing anybody take advantage of it, we probably should, by we again, staff should probably take another look at it. So in the future, just as a note to future selves, to be mindful of this one and how it plays out in reality.
Agreed. Any other questions or comments?
Can someone speak to
all right.
all the, can one of the staff speak to this for me a little bit?
Sure, I can try to provide some background. So staff worked with the City Sustainability Office to come up with a premium that would kind of be on par with the other premiums that were proposed. So the level that we had arrived at was, based on the Sustainability Office's recommendation. So this would be setting a higher bar, and it would be, probably more involved in being able to achieve it.
Okay, thank you.
I talked also with the Sustainability Office about this before bringing this forward, as I know that I would last week. And I'm pretty familiar with the building standard. This is pretty aggressive, but I think it's also what we need to do from a climate standpoint if we want to retain some kind of reasonably stable climate. Part of my intent here was to pull out, as we just voted on, some of the amendments that were the lower hanging fruit, to make all of some of the premiums that were lower hanging fruit, to make the available premiums some of the more challenging ones, to hopefully generate some higher standards in the city. Commissioner Schrader.
Thank you, Chair Rockwell. I want to just thank you for bringing this forward. I mean, I think the key point is that this is, an incentive for this to happen. This is the development we want to see in the city, but to also give us some perspective. This is something that's being worked on the state level to change the building code to be incorporated. And there's many, including myself, that feel these standards need to be adopted statewide right now. And so I think while that effort has not gone as far as it needs to go, and it will continue to get steam until it passes, I think this is a good first step and a good way to really project where the city is going.
Can I just say thank you? I'm sorry, Chair. I just wanted to say thank you for that, because I do agree with it. It's just I wanted to make sure that I was understanding it in my own little realm, because I'm continually trying to widen the scope of where my brain is in terms of my own life and Minneapolis Public Schools and what we're doing to make changes, and then going outside of that, from the city to the state to the country and all of that. So I just wanted to get the perspective of the commissioner, or the two of you, Schrader, and thank you. I appreciate that.
And I'll also say, the city of Berkeley, for example, California, has fully banned natural gas from any new development, which effectively would be, my understanding is, roughly just a 2030 standard for SB 2030. So this is aggressive compared to what we have. It's where we absolutely need to go, and it's technically feasible. We have examples here as well, and a really strong entity, Center for Sustainable Building Research, which drafted these guidelines based in the University of Minnesota. And so, they've been keeping track of the feasibility of this as well. Any further comments on this? All right, I would move the stated amendments as on the screen to the environmental sustainability, climate resilience.
Second, Meyer.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Caprini,
Aye.
Smiley,
Aye.
Lipke Pear,
Aye.
Marwa,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Olson,
Aye.
Schrader,
Aye.
Sweezy.
Aye.
That's 8-0.
All right, that motion carries. Are there any final amendments or comments on this built form guidance? Otherwise, we do need to vote to recommend the full built form guidance as amended.
I move to recommend the build form as amended.
Very good. We have a motion to recommend the full built form guidance here as amended. Commissioner Lipke Pear.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? I will say that the length of time that the commissioners have been discussing this tonight is reflective of the magnitude of what we've been discussing. It is a big body of work and set of changes, and a lot of staff led by Jason and Janelle have been involved in this, and I know Joe's been doing a lot on this recently as well, and so I think that should go noticed and thanked. You know, it's a ton of work. We'll make amendments to these text amendments over the years, but this is really kind of the, as we said earlier, where the rubber hits the road on elements of the 2040 plan, and so it's exciting to see this, and I think it's. I just want to commend everybody who has put a lot of work into this. The Planning Commission has seen. We've put a lot of time into this, and we've only seen little snippets of the process. So a lot of inputs, a lot of ideas. So I just want to say thank you to the staff for that. It's, you know, we have like 1,200 pages of text and comments in front of us. So that gives a sense of scale. Any further comments? Clerk, please call the roll.
Caprini,
Aye.
Smiley,
Aye.
Lipke Pear,
Aye.
Marwa,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Olson,
Aye.
Schrader,
Aye.
Sweezy.
Aye.
8-0.
All right, that motion carries on to the City Council with those amendments. Now on to item number 4 on our agenda, which is another zoning code text amendment for the Mississippi River Corridor Critical Area Plan. Jim and Chris are staff.
Hello, President Rockwell. So I did receive a contact from one citizen requesting whether this is something that could be postponed. And I'm not sure how many people are on the line to speak to this, but considering it's 10 o'clock at night, I'm wondering, you know, if we're really going to be able to get into the complexities of all this and give those people an opportunity. So I'm just.
Let me, yeah. Commissioner Schrader, could you come on the line here? I know that the council has certain concerns with the timelines as well, and
well, I spoke with Jason and looked at the calendar, and if we postpone this to
and I'm not suggesting you should. I'm just giving you the information. I'm not suggesting you shouldn't. I'll leave it up to you. But to the November 16th meeting, we could still keep it on track for this to go to the same city council committee meeting. The problem is if we do postpone it tonight, I don't know how many people have waited now and it would still, you know, after waiting all this time, we'd be maybe, I don't know, depriving them the chance to have a good discussion on it too. So those are the pluses and minuses of it. You could take their testimony tonight and we would do the presentation and take testimony at the next meeting. What I wouldn't want to do is do 2 public hearings on it. I don't think that's fair that people should have to go to both hearings to make sure they're getting the full picture and everything. So at any rate, before we would start our presentation, I wanted to mention that concern was raised. I'm not sure there's a good answer either way.
I'm certainly okay moving the bulk of the discussion to next week if there were a motion to continue. But I absolutely want to take testimony from anybody who is on the line. I think what we would do would be to I mean, I guess I assume the folks who are on the line are relatively well versed in this content since they are on the line to testify. And you could take their testimony and then continue the hearing, pick the public hearing back up, and have a more in-depth staff presentation at the next meeting. How does that sound to you, Jim? Before I even see if there's
that sounds fine to me. I just would want it to be clear to the people in the audience that, you know, I guess what we don't want to do is get into the detail of all kinds of stuff about this ordinance for 2 hours and then postpone it and do it all over again. So really the idea would be is if you can't make it to the next meeting and there's something you want to testify about, you would do it tonight. But it's in my mind, that's what I would prefer. Yeah. Because so if that's what you're saying, I think that's fine.
That's what I'm saying, is that I would want to take testimony from folks tonight because I think it's would be it would be infuriating to be on the line for this long and not be able to testify. And I think that that having folks dedicated, we should be able to hear them testify tonight for however long that takes. But to delay commissioner discussion and the full presentation until next time.
Yeah, I agree. We definitely should take testimony tonight. We don't want to take away anybody's opportunity to speak on it. But would you want to just open it up to testimony, or do you want us to give our presentation right now?
I would be inclined to just open to testimony. Commissioner Pierce.
Yeah, I guess I just want to say that as much as it sounds like it's not quite awesome to just give your testimony and then the presentation's coming next time, I for the callers who stuck in, I actually kind of, be honest, is kind of a nice touch because it gives us kind of a week to ruminate on everything you tell us tonight before we come back to hear the presentation and weigh in on ourselves. So thanks for sticking with us for that lifetime, and I'm looking forward to hearing the testimony.
Are there any commissioners with concerns about opening? My inclination, Jim, would be to not go into the staff presentation tonight, but to take testimony. Everyone takes notes, is able to ruminate on those comments, and then we come back, review the staff presentation next week, have the commission's discussion, and take any further testimony. And
Mr. Chair Rockwell?
Yeah.
Believe it or not, we as a planning commission have done this before. I just think it was before all of the tenure of the rest of you. Where an item got moved, but people showed up to testify. So we opened the public hearing so they could testify. But so it's not without precedent.
No, I've done it. I've been after that. Yeah. Okay. Commissioners, does anybody have concerns with this? All right. Seeing none, I am going to open the public hearing on the Mississippi River Corridor Critical Area Plan, and we'll accept testimony from anybody on the line who wishes to testify. I have my public hearing queue. First up, Colleen O'Connor-Tuberman. Is there a Colleen O'Connor-Tuberman on the line? If it's *6 to unmute.
Hello, this is Colleen. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. All right, so I'm Colleen O'Connor-Tuberman with Friends of the Mississippi River. First, I'd like to second the request that this opportunity be testified be continued to the next meeting. Community members have waited 5.5 hours to speak to you. I know people were eager to speak to this, and I'm sure that some of them have had to hang up, and they deserve a chance to speak. I also asked that at the next meeting this be the first item on the agenda so that people don't need to wait like this again to have their voice heard. But thank you for your continued attention tonight. You have Friends of the Mississippi River's full written comments in your packet. I'm not going to belabor the details. Our letter notes that there are several strong points in this ordinance, but we do have a few recommendations for improvement. I do really commend Minneapolis for leading with a strong ordinance that reflects a lot of careful thought. This ordinance is important for making sure the Mississippi River, which is the entire reason our city is where it is an asset to all residents. A successful ordinance will set clear standards for public and private development to create an ordinance that's active, or create a riverfront, that's active, welcoming, and connected to neighborhoods, while also meeting the ecological needs we have for America's greatest river. Speaking of ecological functions, we recommend adding a requirement that all buildings built in MRCA are bird safe. The Mississippi River is a crucial migratory flyway, and there's no reason why we can't balance development with some care for the other species that rely on the river. The state B3 building guidelines are an existing standard that would be a good one to consider using. FMR also recommends a couple of small modifications around building height. One would be to specify maximum building heights allowed by variance or CUP, which would give more clarity to neighborhoods and developers. The other would be to add a second urban mixed subdistrict at Upper Harbor Terminal. That would promote more tiering in future development there, which would help the development have higher design standards, open up more future buildings to having river views, and preventing that first row of buildings right up against the river from creating another wall between North Minneapolis and the river. Last, we encourage you to lengthen the notification period for public hearings to 30 days to allow more time for the DNR and the National Park Service and adjoining local governments to share their technical expertise during project review. Again, FMR commends the city for doing good work on this ordinance, but we hope to see these changes included as the ordinance moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll certainly reopen this for public hearing. Next is Karen Peterson. Karen Peterson on the line. We'll come back to Karen Peterson. I know we had connection issues earlier. It's Keith Olstead on the line. *6 to unmute. Is Susan Vixie on the line? *6 to unmute your line, please.
I've done that 3 times now.
Oh, there. Now we've got someone talking. Please state your name and address for the record.
Oh, okay, this is Susan Vixie, 2344 River Point Circle in North Minneapolis.
Okay, go ahead. ahead, and then we'll take the gentleman who was just speaking as well. Go ahead, Susan Dixon.
Oh, okay. A couple of weeks ago, I don't know if you saw it, but Rick Nelson of the Star Tribune wrote an article called Design Disasters, wherein he talked about proposed developments not approved. And one of them, I'm sure you remember, was the 5-story, 800-car parking ramp on the riverbank next to the Federal Reserve, which the Planning Commission opposed. But he then went on to say, will Minneapolis ever learn to fully appreciate its riverfront? So I'm hoping that these new ordinance are a step in the right direction. Because from what I've seen, too often variances and conditional use permits are granted in favor of developers because they might meet a few certain citywide requirements, but ignore those applicable to the river. There have been several riverfront organizations, such as FMR, Colleen just spoke, Above the Falls Community Advisory Committee, Audubon Society, and the National Park Service have long advocated for development that protects the critical area, including the river and the shoreline. The actual shoreline of the critical area in Minneapolis is very narrow. It's a block or two at most. And furthermore, there really isn't that much buildable shoreline left. It should not only be protected, but provide public access and encourage public use of the river and its shoreline and parks. I think the MERCA ordinance needs to be amended to reflect clear standards for variances and conditional use permits. Number one, and to me most important, height limits should be strictly adhered to, with a maximum conditional use permit of 20 to 25% more than what the ordinance allows, depending upon the developer meeting other requirements that are specific to shoreline development. This is critical in creating public use of the parks instead of discouraging it by allowing tall buildings on the immediate shoreline, making the park seem like it is just for the residents of those buildings. I mean, that's the perception. Tiering of the buildings is real necessary also, for the same reasons, which would allow buildings behind the shorter riverfront to also have a view of the river. And as the Mississippi is a major migratory bird flyway, bird-friendly lighting design and building materials should be a requirement. While progress is certainly being made with this ordinance, we need stricter regulations to assure that once in place, the law will be followed and enforced. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who was the other person that was just spoke up? Is that Keith Olstead?
Yes, can you?
Yes, you're on. Or you were for a moment.
I live at 120 Valley View Place, Minneapolis. As chair for the board for the Audubon chapter of Minneapolis, I urge you to include additional protections for birds and other wildlife in the city's Mississippi River Corridor Critical Area Ordinance. As the population of Minneapolis grows and development increases density, protection of our natural resources and ecological function becomes increasingly important to ensure the health and livability of our city. Protections for birds and other wildlife also protect humans from the effects and risks of climate change. The Mississippi Flyway, a major North American bird migration corridor, encompasses all MRCCA districts. More than 325 bird species and millions of individual birds use the flyway twice each year traveling through Minneapolis. Bird populations are declining due to growing threats, including habitat loss, collisions with buildings, climate change, and light pollution. It's critical that the Minneapolis MRCCA ordinance includes science-based provisions that reduce threats to wildlife and promote safe passage for birds and other species. The state of Minnesota already incorporates requirements for bird-friendly lighting design, building design, and building materials in its B3 guidelines for state-funded projects.
These guidelines reduce the built environment's negative impact on wildlife and provide supportive environments for at-risk species. Our Audubon chapter has submitted comments with specific changes and additions to the MRCCA ordinance that will strengthen protections for the flyway, birds, and other wildlife. Central to these comments is adherence to the B3 guidelines and requirements for native species of trees and other vegetation based on scientific research that demonstrates the importance of native plants to sustainable habitat and ecological function. We also require that the that the Upper Harbor Terminal site not be exempted from the tiering approach required through the MRCCA ordinance. Exempting this site would be inequitable. UHT should receive the same quality of urban design as the rest of the city's riverfront. We urge you to set a strong example for other cities and townships to ensure environmental protection and health for the entire regional waterfront for the benefit of all residents. Thank you for your attention to these matters.
Thank you very much. Is Karen Peterson on the line? All right, maybe not. It's Diane Hofstad on the line. *6 to unmute yourself, please. Or is Tony Hofstad on the line?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yep, we can hear you.
Hi.
Please state
Can
your
you hear
name
me?
and address for the record. Yes, you're faint,
Oh,
but we
sorry.
can hear you.
I'm sorry. What was the request?
Your name and
I'm sorry. What was the request?
Please state your name and address for the record, and then go ahead.
All right. Thank you. My name is Diane Hofstad, 610 Ramsey Street. I want to thank you for your time. It's especially been a long evening. And I'm asking you today to protect our national resources, in particular the Mississippi River, which is the third greatest river in the world and the flyway zone for millions of birds and migrating animals. In this environmental crisis of COVID-19, I encourage this commission to re-examine the important need for open space and protect one of the world's greatest assets, our Mississippi River. The Mississippi Flyway is a major North American bird migration corridor. In 2019, the Twin Cities region was listed as one of the worst areas for migratory birds. Density along the Mississippi riverfront will reduce the protection and the health of the entire region's riverfront and reduce environmental benefits for all Minneapolis residents and visitors to Minneapolis. I support the recommendations made by the Audubon chapter of Minneapolis, Friends of the Mississippi River, St. Anthony Falls Alliance, Boom Island Village, and the Great River Coalition. Today, you have before you an opportunity, and I urge this body to remember, density does not guarantee equity. Density does not guarantee affordability. Density does not guarantee fairness. Density does not guarantee the healthy future that includes humans and animals. This commission has the opportunity to reject the planning guidelines that increase density, reduce green space, in order to benefit the health of the city of Minneapolis, particularly along our Mississippi riverfront and the riverfront park areas. We need bird-safe glass, reduce height, reduce the height of the upper terminal plan, eliminate an amphitheater and the zoning to increase public hearing and access to the hearings through a variety of means during a major pandemic. I want to thank you all for taking the time that you take and the amount of time and energy to be a member of this planning commission. And I encourage you to take seriously the seriousness of the nature of reducing our green space in the city of Minneapolis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have Karen Peterson or Tony Hofstad on the line? Do we have anybody else? Oh, hello? Someone came on the line for a moment. I very much want to make sure we let everybody who's on the line testify. And I want to thank everyone for sticking through with us. So a long evening, and thank you for getting your voices heard. Tony Hofstad is on the line. If you wish to testify, please unmute yourself. *6.
Thanks.
All right. Yes. Please state your name and address.
The question that I have is, originally I wanted to speak about zoning and build form, and I couldn't get through. I also want to talk, I was going to add about the MRCCA as well, and I'm wondering if I could do that now.
You're breaking up a little bit. If you're able to get a little bit better reception, that would be great. Could you first state your name and address for the record? And the built form, I'm sorry if you were unable to get through on that. That has now moved beyond the Planning Commission to the City Council.
Okay. Well, then I could only support what Diane Hofstad has said about a river and its necessity, and the necessity for your understanding of that, and I think that's been made clear. So I appreciate the opportunity. I will send in my notes as well on the build form.
Very good. And make sure the notes of the build form go to the staff who are listed there. That's Jason, Janelle, and Joe. And then also up to the City Council, because what we do on this is recommend, as I'm sure you know, recommend up to the City Council, and they are actually making decisions and able to amend as well. So I apologize. You held on to the line for an extremely long time, and want to make sure that you get those comments to where they can have an impact there.
Okay, well, thank you again for your time. I appreciate it, and we do appreciate your service.
Thank you. From the whole commission. Is there anybody else on the line wishing to testify? If you hit *6 to unmute yourself. All right. Hearing no one, I again want to thank all of those Minneapolitans who held on and testified on everything tonight. Thank all the commissioners. I will continue this public hearing to be reopened 1 week from today. Commissioners, are there any final comments on the meeting? Otherwise, I will adjourn the meeting.
I just have one comment. I want to say thank you. Yes, okay, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to all of the commissioners and the staff for listening to me working through my my understanding of how all of this works. I'm enjoying it, and I'm excited about being able to continue in conversations outside of just Minneapolis Public Schools and more in tune with built forms and you know I don't know, shortbacks, outbacks, whatever those birds are. But I just really wanted to say thank you for tonight. It was very meaningful for me, and partly because of the trouble that I had being able to participate in meetings for the last few months. So thank you very much, and that's all I wanted to say. Appreciate you guys.
Very good. Well, thank you as well. Thanks to all the commissioners for hanging in there, and everyone deserves whatever they're going to do now, dinner, bed, etc. So thank you, and meeting is adjourned.